Morning, everybody. If you'd all join me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today just asking you to watch over this meeting of our commissioners and to thank you for the sunshine that we're enjoying this morning. We ask you to watch over our employees as they go about their duties throughout this week. In Jesus' name, amen.
Are there any additions or corrections? Oh, I'll call this meeting of the Linn County Commission to order. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? If not, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
You've got two claims runs there. There were some hours on one person that didn't get reported correctly on payroll, so we ran a special to correct that. So,
I have two claims, like you said. The one in the amount of $490,264.83. The other's $176.67. Make a motion to approve those.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to approve the claims in the amount of $490,264.83 and $176.67. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Do you have any adds and abates?
no.
Okay. Start off with AMR. AMR had a call, so they had to leave. Calls this week was 39, transports 16. So, quick report on that.
So I've got Randy's.
Sheriff's report, 57 prisoners in, 14 releases this week. One farmed out due to a conflict still. Total farmed in of 36, 911 calls of 101, jail contacts 3,728. Total calls for service 451. Civil service papers served 3, vent inspections 2. New cases open 9, cases closed 17. There was 12 vehicle crashes, SRO activities of 53, bailiff contacts of 106 with 42 calls for service. There were no livestock out this week. So that's the sheriff's report. Randy's probably working that same
Yeah.
accident
There's
call.
a copy of his report in the email. If you,
Okay. All right, so 7 incidents this week on the fire department, 32 year to date so far.
I've got, I think, 3 different things if you want to get them knocked out and done.
Okay.
I've got a cereal malt beverage license for On the Go Prescott that's ready for approval and signature. So if you're all right with that, there's a place for the chair to sign down here in the bottom right corner.
Okay.
We just need a motion to approve that. And this is a renewal of a license they've already had.
Geese or what's it called?
Cereal malt beverage
I know it's
license.
a store.
Yeah, it's,
On the
he
Go.
calls it, the corporation is My Store 3 Incorporated, doing businesses On the Go Prescott.
I'll make a motion that we approve the cereal malt beverage license for On the Go Prescott.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to approve the cereal malt beverage license for On-the-Go Prescott.
How long does this is a year long, right?
Yeah,
And they just pay $50, is that what it is? And
yeah.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
All right, and then we had a IRS notice regarding our recent bond issue that our bond counsel sent out last week. And I think it would be appropriate if we had a motion. I mean, Jason went ahead and signed off, but I haven't sent it in yet. We can just get a motion to approve the signing of that notice. And Gary, do you know what that's about?
It's a notice to the IRS of the status of the bond issue. We're required to do that as part of the process. So.
I'll make a motion, we sign off on this IRS notice.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded, signed off on the IRS notice for defeasance, escrow, or remedial action. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
All right, and then the last thing I had is Lisa Kelstead is applying for her RMA license. She's completed all her classes, passed everything. One of the requirements is a record of her hours that she's worked in appraisal. So she went back and had Steve sign off on hours that she worked when he was here, had Kathy sign off on hours working for her, but since she's been the interim with no appraiser above her, she needs the commission to sign off on this part. And I've worked with her on reviewing hours, and it's split up into time that she spent on different categories, which I would have no idea about, but she's gone through her records to do that, and we verified that she has worked the hours. So we just need a motion to sign that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, we sign Lisa's, nice approval experience with her appraisal experience.
Okay. I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to sign the mass appraisal experience going over Lisa Kelstead's hours. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Supervisor line there. Yeah. And then I'll get it back to her.
Okay.
That's all I've got for now. The payroll sheets are there. We'll start signing them.
All right. Health Department, Amanda?
Good morning, Commissioners. Amanda Snyder, Linn County Health Department. I'm a week early, but there was a couple things that I wanted to go ahead and bring before you. So I have numbers as of last Friday. For the month of January, we provided services for 100 clients. We have scheduled a biometric screening for county employees for Tuesday, February 13th here at the Annex from 7:30 a.m. to noon. This is to give employees an opportunity to complete the requirement for the health insurance discount. The standard lab draw is $25. If an A1C is needed, the cost is $35. Employees can use their HSA to cover this cost. The goal is to start offering this on a 6-month schedule, because last year we just did it right at open enrollment, and it was kind of a last minute thing, and we want to give people an opportunity a couple times a year to be able to get that done. And then they can always come over to the health department and have this done at any time. These are fasting labs, and we will send out an email probably this afternoon to let employees know about this. I will be out on medical leave from February 28th through March 20th. So for the month of March, I can either give you an update by email, or I can have Danielle come over, whichever you guys prefer. Do you have a preference?
However you prefer it.
Okay. At the end of March, Danielle and I will be attending the National Preparedness Summit, which is part of our FEP grant, which is Public Health Emergency Preparedness. Last week, we started planning started the very initial part of our baby shower and kids fair. It's scheduled for Friday, April 26th from 5 to 7 p.m. We're also in the beginning stages of planning a cancer walk to raise awareness and promoting early detection and screenings. I had I had 3 people interested in serving on our health advisory board from District 3. I talked to Jim and reached out to Dr. Cheryl Bushman, and she is interested. I kind of went over what the board entailed, how often we met, and she is for sure interested. So if that's something you want to move forward with, we'll just
I'm good with that.
need a motion to add her to our group.
Motion, we, accept Cheryl Bushman's appointment to the Health Advisory Board.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to appoint Cheryl Bushman to the Health Advisory Board. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
We do still need somebody from District 2, and it can be either a healthcare or non-healthcare member. But we haven't had anybody fill out that application on our website. I have the bids for our classroom. I got a bid from Randy Page, and then in between getting that on paper from him and getting over here, I had a second construction group just stop by the health department and ask if we would let them go ahead and bid. Since we hadn't had any interest from what we had in the newspaper, I went ahead and let them submit a bid. So I have 2, if that's something that you're ready to go over.
We can.
Okay. So Randy Page, his bid was $39,975. And then Fresh Start Remodel from, I believe, Amsterdam is $40,469.
What was can you give us a description of the job? I mean, what all you want?
Sure. It is removing the wall where our kitchen is located to open our kitchen up to that back room as it is now. And then in the back room, it's adding 2 walls and a storage closet, expanding out a peninsula in the kitchen with a sink. So if we want to do, cooking with diabetes classes or anything along those lines, we would have access to our kitchen. It includes some electrical, HVAC, plumbing.
What was Randy's bid again?
$39,975.
Okay. Have you gone over the bids?
I have, yes.
So do you have a recommendation as far as how you'd like to proceed?
Right. I would like to recommend that we go ahead with Randy Page.
Okay.
It's all interior walls and some plumbing. I mean, that's really all that is.
Some HVAC, electrical, finishing the sheetrock, the demolition of a wall.
The first bid you got was 72.
I think it was 74.8.
And you're using grant funds on this. This is
Yes. And
the rest of the COVID dollars.
yes, this is the rest of our critical care resource grant. And yes, I have enough money to cover
Okay.
that bid. And that will pretty much wrap out that grant.
Thoughts?
Seems high to me, but
I'm not for it, but I wasn't to begin with, so I'm gonna stay where I'm at, so.
I know it's hard to find contractors around here to get work done. I know what we paid for the awning, which I feel set a precedence for being really good for jobs. Their health department, I guess. I think it's really high. That's just me though. I don't know exactly what you need, but some 2x4 interior walls and seems kind of high. Sean, where are we at on the government center over here? Do you know where our total is on that? Yeah. The old court, or the old courtroom? What's our budget on that? approved for a budget, and then it was up for additional items. I just feel like that number is pretty close to that, maybe.
I think your number, wasn't it like 42 or something like that?
40,000, what it was.
In that neighborhood.
For the entire thing. When do you,
And then you increased it by some for the wainscoting, like I said.
If you want, I can give you a rundown of what Randy had in his bid, just as far as what he's accounting for. He has walls, electrical allowance, plumbing allowance, HVAC, which includes a 4-ton mini split, drywall, which includes knockdown of walls and ceiling, tape the storage side, paint, interior trim, cabinet allowance, wall removal, insulation, and then there's a little bit for just a overage allowance in case something was to be more than.
It's a lot better than our previous bid. I mean, that one came in extremely high.
when do you have to have this closed out and done?
Has to be done and spent by June 1st.
I think we should go ahead and allow Randy Page to go ahead and do the classroom over there. Is my thoughts.
And what was the other company?
Fresh Start Remodel. The gentleman's name was Adam Reeves.
Jim, you're a no on it?
Hmm?
You're a no on it?
No.
Can we do an answer next week? Are you good with that? I just feel like that number is pretty high for some interior walls.
You want to get a copy of the bid and review it yourself?
I think so.
I'm
And how do
fine with
we,
that.
how do, with Randy working for the county, how do we do that? I mean, what's our,
Well, he just contracted with the county, and this would be a separate contracting job. I think we anticipate that he might do some contracting for us in addition to his contract work supervising our
And
construction.
didn't we direct her after the last bid came in more than what we could spend as far as the COVID dollars?
Yeah.
To talk to Randy?
We can't really accept anybody else's bid now since we told what these two are though, right? Without doing it
You
all.
mean additional bids other than these two?
Well, on
Yeah.
their side, we've already explained what the bid was.
It would be unfair to these people to let somebody else come in and bid now.
Okay.
Okay. The only other thing I have is, as part of our expanding infrastructure grant, one of the things that we can use that on, is other things in our building. So as far as our receptionist's office, which is where Miss Sue is, I wanted to see about having more of a, I guess you could call it a custom workspace put in there to where we could fit 2 people in there. And if she's gone for a day, there would be a second workspace that somebody could jump up there and take their computer, and that office is not left unmanned for the day, or if we're doing some cross training, that there would be room for 2 people in there. So I reached out to Chuck Bauer, who did all of the cabinetry in our building. He did all of our exam rooms, our kitchen area, because I would like for everything to match. So he gave me a bid on what it would cost to do a custom workspace with file cabinets and drawers and cabinets for that area. I can give that to you, or we can put it out for bid. But ideally, I would like everything to match what we have in the rest of our building. So that's why I started with him.
What, if it's over,
I think it's if it's over 25.
it's over 25, then we have to do competitive bids.
Okay, and it's not over 25,000?
Nope.
Okay. So I'm willing to listen to what you have.
Okay, so this would include upper cabinets, base cabinets, which include our file cabinets, the finish, and then the countertop. And it's $8,825.
This is just for another workspace for another person, or what?
No, it would replace Sue's desk. If you've been in her office,
I've been in it.
it doesn't fit great. And then we have file cabinets and a copy printer. It's just really jumbled. And really the thought behind it is that if we needed to have two people up there, or if Sue was gone, we can't just get on her computer and work for the day. It doesn't really work like that. But there's not a place for somebody else to go up there and work. That it would allow that and allow for cross training.
And this is paid for out of what?
This is our COVID expanding infrastructure grant,
Okay, and when did those funds have to be used by?
June 1st. And this would pretty much wrap out that grant as well.
Okay.
Could you give me the name of that person again, that bid?
Oh, it's Charles Bauer, Bauer.
Okay. Want to think about that one too?
Yeah, I think so. Do you remember, Jim, do you remember what we spent on the total remodel on that, or the addition on that health department?
Yeah, I don't, it's a lot of money. It's not that old a building, and I mean, why are we remodeling it now? I mean, it's
But it was around, it wasn't around what am I thinking, 100,000? Does that sound right?
100 to build it?
No, to redo that, all that extra that we put onto it. Around COVID, or you weren't here yet, were you? No, you weren't here. David, do you know? Do you remember what the total?
I don't know. I
I think
just
the
have to
whole thing
look
was
back at
closer
the
to
records.
$500,000, wasn't it? Building and all.
I can't remember.
Well, I would invite all of you, if you have some time this week to come over, I can maybe show you what I'm talking about.
Sounds good.
Okay, anything for me?
I don't have.
I don't have any.
All right.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yep.
Jessica?
What was the price? 8,000.
8,825.
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I have a couple of things for you this morning. First of all, my Economic Development Committee moved their regular meetings to the first Tuesday of the month at 9 o'clock in the morning. It works better for everyone's schedules at work. If there is a Monday holiday and the commission meets that day, we will reschedule our meeting around the commission meeting. I've got three of my annual grants here to talk about. The Economic Development Committee approved all three at their meeting in January. The first one is the Child Care Provider Grant. This one is four $250 grants for licensed child care providers to reimburse for eligible expenses. So this is for things like registrations, education hours, supplies that are not covered by other funding mechanisms, educational materials, things like that. The grant is not intended for food or construction, and it's a reimbursement grant. They have to purchase the items, they have to be approved, then purchase the items, and then turn in their receipts for reimbursement. These are all budgeted already, so.
How many did you have last year?
We approved all four.
All four. Did you have more than 4 applicants?
No, but we had a lot of, they were all really excited about the opportunity to apply.
We need to have a motion on each one.
We usually do each one separately.
Thoughts?
I'm okay with it.
So they just apply. What'd you say? Was it 200? What was it?
$250.
50 for them? Yeah,
4 of them.
or 4 of them.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the 2024 Linn County Child Care Provider Grant offering 4 $250 grants.
One second.
Motion been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
The next one is the Community Development Grant. This one is, again, 4 grants at $250 each. This one is designed for organizations who put on community events. We usually award all 4 of these. This has been a pretty popular grant opportunity. So it is not intended for government agencies or individuals. It's intended for groups to benefit the community. Last year we did the a Grady's Kids event in Lacine. We helped with the Bryce Howard concert here in Mound City. It's usually a pretty good mix throughout the county. This one, we're going to change it to a reimbursement grant. The funds cannot be used. They can be used for a fundraising event, but not for fundraising directly. So they can't purchase silent auction items, but they could use it for marketing expenses and use their funds for silent auction items, if that makes sense.
Is it a first come, first serve grant?
Yes.
Or how do you, that's it?
Yes,
And there are 4, you said?
4. So $1,000 total.
We used just 2 last year. Is that,
I think we did 3 last year.
How do you advertise them?
Facebook, we talk about it. I don't remember if there's anything on the website or not. If I see groups advertising events on Facebook, I'll often send them the application.
is it on our website or anything?
I don't remember. I can put it on the website if it's not.
I'm good with it. I mean,
Thoughts on the community development grant?
it's a reimbursement, you said?
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it. Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the community development grant for 4 grants for $250 a piece, first come, first serve.
Okay.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2024 Linn County Community Development Grant offering 4 $250 grants for this calendar year. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Then we have the Summer Youth Employment Grant. This one is specifically for employers to hire local youth for summer jobs. We reimburse the first $4 an hour of salary for the youth up to 30 hours a week for a maximum of 10 weeks. The grant maximum is $1,200. We award 10 of these, and the businesses are required to pay their employee at least $8 an hour. They can pay more than that. We still only reimburse up to 4. We award these, the grant application the deadline is April 1st. We award them in April. They have to have their employee hired by May 15th, although we may change that because we've moved the meeting up. So by the May Economic Development meeting, they have to have their employee hired. This one has increased in popularity since I've been here. I think last year I had 20 applicants maybe. And we have started awarding 10 and then having 2 alternates because sometimes the business has trouble filling that position and we don't want to just leave it empty.
So
This-
yeah, is that first come, first serve too? I mean, or how do you do?
So this one is a scored application. We accept them until April 1st. The Economic Development Committee goes through and scores them. And then the ones with the highest scores based on how much they're going to pay, whether they're going to make their position permanent or not, how skilled the position is. So someone who's out in the field working on a trade is going to score higher than someone mowing the grass, if that makes sense. I have a lot of repeat applicants with this one. It's a very popular program.
How long has this grant been going on? I think it's been since I've been here, right?
This has been before me, yes. We've made some changes to it. It's really working well in its current form, but this one predates me.
Thoughts on the summer youth employment?
I'm good with it.
Me too. So I'll make a motion that we award the summer youth employment grants. Again, this year, 10 grants. And what's our cap on those?
$1,200 each, so $12,000 total.
$1,200 each for 2024.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded to go on with the 2024 Summer Youth Employment Grant Program totaling $12,000. Any discussion?
Is this grant to try to encourage business owners to hire them full-time at a school too? I mean,
Yes.
yeah. I don't have anything else. That's fine.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I also sent you the Linn County Housing Incentives. I believe you've already approved these. I just wanted to go over them again because we're getting ready to open them up here for 2024. The funds for these programs comes from the Rural Champions Grant. If you recall, we got an extra $25,000 as part of that grant. We used part of it to extend Darcy's contract, and we're using $10,000 for these incentive programs. We've got three. We have demo assistance, long-term vacant, and paint Linn County. The demo assistance is to help blighted properties be cleared and spur redevelopment and investment in the local community. This one awards up to $2,500 per eligible landowner who clears blighted property and plans to either develop or build a new home or sell to a builder or developer. They can't just clear it for farmland or something like that. This one, they require a one-to-one match basis, and both cash and in-kind matches are eligible. The long-term vacant program is intended to encourage the listing and sale of long-term vacant houses in Linn County to help increase available housing stock. For the purposes of this grant, long-term vacant means that it's been vacant for 12 months or more. It awards up to $2,500 to an eligible homeowner who sells their long-term vacant home. It is intended to help offset costs based on getting it market ready. So if they have to do repairs around the house or things like that to be able to sell it. It's also a one-to-one match, and in-kind and cash matches are eligible. And then Paint Linn County is intended to upgrade curb appeal of residential properties in the county. This one awards up to $500 per eligible residential property. It's a reimbursement to offset accrued project costs such as painting supplies, equipment, material. Paint prep, labor, and volunteer assistance are not eligible expenses. The materials and the paint must be purchased in Linn County, documented by receipts to be turned in order to get reimbursed. It is a cash match only on a one-to-one basis. We're going to not necessarily cap each program. We're just going to leave them open until we've awarded the $10,000, and then we will be finished for the year.
Okay.
We already have the funds from the Rural Champions program. They're set aside for that.
Good deal.
But it's like a house inside of city limits is, they're, What do they do when they don't let them stay there no more? When they, like the city, when they pull you out of your house or they try to tear it down, they condemn it.
They can-
So if there's a condemned house in like city of Pleasanton, are they allowed to?
This is for the property owner. So this, if the city is condemning and removing the home, that's not eligible. This is for the property owner who is wanting to demo a house to sell the property or to build a new house.
And this is just city? Is it the city or is it the county though?
It's the county, yeah.
But it's, if they're demolishing it for the purpose of
city's
redevelopment,
Yes,
if they're just gonna tear it down and leave an empty lot,
these are intended to increase the housing stock in Linn County. So if they're just going to leave an empty lot or expand their yard or use it for farm ground, that's not eligible.
But if like they have 5 acres and they want to tear it down and sell it back, is it available then? I mean,
I didn't quite.
they have a house and 5 acres out in the country, they can do this also.
If they're gonna build a new house on it,
Right, somebody-
yeah.
So that it stipulates that either the property owner who receives the funding has to build a house or they have to sell it to a developer who is going to build a house.
Okay.
So since those were approved last year, I don't know that they need approved again.
I think they're just open.
Okay. We're going to put those applications on Facebook and the website and try to get them out there.
Sounds good.
That's all I had for today. Thank you.
Thanks. John?
Morning, Commissioners. Sean West, Public Works. I'm going to skip around on my agenda a little bit and update you first on the weather and road conditions that we had last week. I totaled this up with our road complaints and my calls as well. We took somewhere between 25 and 30 complaints or concerns about roadways last week. Most were muddy roadways or difficulty traveling on the roadway due to mud and weather conditions. The foremans last week made their effort to keep the roadways passable as best as possible. Most of the complaints we were able to work on were on hills where the water had already drained off of them, and we weren't going to do damage as opposed to working down in areas that were still retaining water. This week, I've spoke to both foremans this morning. They've got everybody out, and the areas that they're working on are trying to bring the roadway and the rocks back up into condition as the weather permits, and they're going to be working on that all week. One of the areas that the South Shop is working on is the detour that we've had a lot of difficulty around in Centerville. They're going back out again this morning to recondition it. That area with that detour has been difficult, not only with the weather, but with the truck traffic and everything being routed around 1077. It is something that I also need to bring to your attention. We have not yet, but if it's something that the commission would like, I will reach out to the insurance company for the vehicle and the incident and submit claims for all of the rock and the fuel and man hours that we had to put in order to detour that off of a main roadway. I cannot tell you how that will work out with the insurance company, but in my estimation, I don't have a total on the rock, but I know we put a lot of rock and man hours into that detour, and it's something we probably should submit and see what we can recoup from that incident.
Yeah, I definitely think so.
I'm for that as well.
I'm good with it.
I'll reach out to them, get our numbers up from Pub Works, and submit that to them and report back to you on what they tell me. On-call engineering, from Call Valley, I have a contract that's ready to be signed, that has been reviewed for services.
Sean, excuse me, who made the call not to go ahead and clean that up yet? Did the company itself or?
The company that's been contracted to clean up, they had difficulty the first couple of days that they relayed to our road foreman that their equipment was sliding off the roadway and they were unable to keep it on the road and load the trucks. Then as the weather came in and the thaw came in and we got all that water, it turned into a soupy mess and they were unable to load the vehicles or dig out what they needed to clean up. So their estimate or original estimates on the timelines have been blown, and but they've been very good about keeping up with our foreman and with Randy, keeping them updated on where they're at. But what could go wrong has gone wrong in the timeline and cleaning that up. Believe you've had time to look at the contract and it's been reviewed. This is for our on-call engineering services with Call Valley.
We're doing that for 2 years.
That is correct. See, it's only the last page.
Any questions on that agreement?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the agreement for on-call engineering with Call Valley Engineering for 2024 and 2025.
I'll second it.
Motion's been moved and seconded to have our on-call engineering service with Call Valley for the next 2 years. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next thing I had for you is to go out to bid on the RFP for mowing for this season. This has been changed in the way that we bid it. Randy gave us some suggestions on this, as opposed to bidding it as needed. We're asking to bid this with parameters, with the length of the grass, and have the company keep it within our parameters rather than call them each time we think they need to show up in the later part of the season. Especially, this would put the early part of the season, if we had a lot of rain, they would be required to keep it within 5 inches, and it would be on them to check it, a little less laborious and a little less work for our people. The other thing that's on here, and I wish Randy was here to speak to you about it, was he asked to pull the fire stations from this mowing contract and allow his firemen to mow those areas. I believe he'll talk to you about how he would like to arrange that, but I believe he wants his firemen at those stations to mow those, so those are not initially in that RFP.
Questions on the mowing bids, the RFP for mowing bids?
I don't have any. So that comes out of his budget anyway, right?
Okay, do we need a motion to send it out for the RFP?
I think it'd be a good idea.
I'll make a motion to send mowing bids out for RFP on all of our mowing contracts.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to go out for the RFP on mowing for all of our properties that were listed. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
In contact, just this morning, I received an email from Jason with BG. He was working on the Hell's Bend project and alternative methods or solutions to that project. He would like to come and meet with you the first week of February. It's your first meeting. He said he will be ready to present that to you and speak on the project and the lettings.
Okay,
So
that'll work for me.
Good with that.
do I just need to email him, David, and have a time set up with you? Okay. Next thing I had for you is the 3 to 5 year equipment plan that we've sent out and the foreman's met with you on. Asking for your input on how you'd like to go out to bid on these items and asking for permission to go out to bid on these items. As we ask to go out to bid on these items, we're not asking to purchase any of these items, only to go out to bid on them as they were proposed by the foremans and spec them out as such, unless you have any other requests or changes that you'd like us to put on those RFPs or bids.
I have a question on the Bobcat or the skid steer, why we need another one when we got two in the county that maybe we could use. I don't know how many hours we're putting on them, I guess is my question.
Okay,
If it's something that we're just gonna have it sitting there because it's convenient, or if it's something we actually need is that's my concern.
I think the biggest issue for them, and I would have to refer to Todd if I'm incorrect, but what I'm hearing from them is that it's the use, not necessarily the hours, but moving them around, because when they need it for projects, the other shops have theirs in use or are using them for projects. So similar to the dump trucks, if you don't have one available at the time, it's not necessarily the number of hours, but the inconvenience of holding off on a project or replanning a project for later than in the week, trying to schedule it.
Well, that's a scheduling issue. I think we could schedule it a little better if we're not putting hours on them, is what I'm saying. That's a scheduling issue to me.
Well, if that's something that you would like to bid and have him in when we get those bids back before we make any decisions to answer those, I'd be happy to put these out and then bring them back in to answer directly, because I believe you'll get the best answer from those foremen.
Well, I mean, we can look back, I think, and see how many hours we actually put on this equipment yearly. And then, I mean, if the hours aren't there, it's a scheduling issue, I think is what
And I'll mark it to pull the hours on those and bring those with us.
the track hose and everything. I'd like to see the hours we're actually putting on the equipment a year is what I'd like to see.
You want track hose and skid steers? Do you want
And the maintainers,
maintainers?
actual hours we're sticking on this as off the meters of the equipment. I'd like to see the hours.
Did you get him a copy? Did you get a copy of this, Jim? Oh, here's the maintainers right here from July 19th, 2023 to 1/26/2024. There's hours on that for each district. I had her pull those. So, I mean, that's the maintainers.
That's for
The road graders.
is this the hours, the man hours we're showing, or is this the grader hours? The actual hours on the maintainer. I want to see the meter hours on the equipment.
Oh, you're talking about like total hours? Like,
You know, the actual meter hours on the equipment, or is this the charged hours?
I think this is the charge, or,
I think it's the charge.
yeah, the primary rate.
I want to see the metered hours on the equipment.
Okay.
And I can pull that and have the odometers or our meters pulled on each equipment and send you a list of those.
I'd like to start keeping track of that, to see what the metered items and the equipment are.
I'll make sure you get a list of those for next week.
Okay, thanks.
Are we gonna let them go ahead and go out to bid for these things?
Are they, I mean, are they in a big hurry to do it?
The bid process, we'd have to develop specs for the machinery, then send it out to bid. So we're ways down the road before we would come back with anything to you. The only thing that I know we were in a hurry, Todd wanted, if we had the equipment plan, the adapter for the milling head so it could be used on the Bobcats. He did want to go ahead and make a purchase on it. And I'm trying to find the cost for that one.
And this is just for the piece we just bought, right?
Correct, and I don't see it listed here because it was a smaller purchase. I believe it is $1,100 to $1,200.
And that's so we can use it on the ones we have now?
That's correct.
When we bought that, did we buy that used? Was it off,
Used on an
Yeah, it's
auction,
used off of
Purple Wave.
Purple auction.
what was it extra cost on it? I mean,
We got it bought for, what, 14,000 instead of the 20 that we had.
now we need a $90,000 skid steer and a $1,300 attachment.
Well, I don't think we need skid steers. We have two.
I guess where I'm going with it is we've talked about why the Pleasant Barn was closed down, and there's really no rhyme or reason. Nobody's been able to give me a reason. We just talked about it, and this last week was pretty rough on me with all the people over in my district. I actually just got another text when I was sitting here. I don't feel like that my district's getting what they deserve, and they're pointing fingers at me. I couldn't even hang out with my kids this weekend because I was getting so many phone calls. It was cussing me out, and there's nothing that's being done about it. So I had Joyce pull some hours or whatever this is for the graders, and the all district, it looks like I have 2 graders over there,
There are 2 graders in that district.
and then there's 4 in District 1 and 3. There's about $70,000 to $100,000 worth grading going on that we're not getting over in Pleasant District.
Well, the districts, the greater district is not mirroring the commissioner district. We just reassigned those so that each grader itself has,
Right.
I'm sorry,
We only have 8 graders, right?
we redid the districts and got rid of 1 grader, so went from,
I don't think we have 10 graders. I didn't look at those numbers, but is it the numbers the same on a couple of them, Danny?
Looks like we have 9.
the 2 that are signed in Pleasanton are actually assigned 1 north, 1 south.
So there is
So that gives us 8, is what I thought we had. But
Yeah. But if you pull them apart individually,
right.
for that area, but they are assigned north and south districts.
I just wanted to add, and I put a little note on the front of Danny, so the way PubWorks is set now, it's split by district, you got north and south, okay? The graders are split the same way, they're assigned to north or south, but the south district, Denny Shop, has some graders that do your area. Jesse's district in Lacine also has some graders that do part of your area. So that report is strictly by the grader assignments, not by
The route.
the route. So I gave you a map of the route as well. And I did email Pam to see if we could put a commissioner district layer on PubWorks so that I can run reports by commission district, but she's out today. So if I can do that, I'll let you guys know. You're welcome.
I mean, this is one of my roads, you had to have full drive to get up it. It was, there's,
I've been on roads like that.
well, that's not okay though, that's what I'm saying, it's not. I mean, we took there's 4 inches of mud slop on the side of the road holding all the water in the middle of the road and it can't drain off, so. I got a lot of phone calls this weekend over it and they're looking at me to get something done and I've talked about it multiple times and nothing's getting done. So I don't know where we go or what we do. I've asked why we shut it down and no one has any answers and it doesn't make sense to me. So really, I would like to figure it out. Like, hold off on the equipment until we figure out exactly what we're going to do. It's just, we talk about it and then we just kick it off 3 weeks later. We talk about it again. And I think the people in my district they're kind of over it. So they're looking at me of,
You know, you guys, just like this right here, we're talking about the roads, and I think we are in charge of the roads. You know, wasn't very long ago, we just put another mill levy on the taxpayers in Linn County to take care of schools. You know, we're not taking care of what we're supposed to take care of. And then we go turn around and we put a mill by voting on it and then giving it to STARS program. Taxpayers have to pay it. And this is a prime example right here where we don't have our roads taken care of, but we just tax the people another $330,000. And we're not taking care of what we're supposed to.
I mean, I think having youth in the county is important. Keep them here.
If they can't get down the roads, who wants to live there? And you know, I drove a lot of gravel roads. I mean, I've been on probably as many as most people in Linn County this last week. If I wouldn't have had a 4-wheel drive pickup, and I'm not blaming, a lot of it has to do with the weather.
Right, yeah.
Because when it froze, it only thawed 3 or 4 inches. I mean, we got a truck hung up on my hill at my house, semi. Guy had to back down the road a quarter of a mile because we couldn't get up it. I mean, it was just, I'm not blaming our roads. I mean, not blaming our people because of what the weather did, because any place you went, I pulled trucks out of pastures this week with tractors that I fed with all winter long. But here we go. We just keep taxing people for taking on more responsibility. And, you know, I hear on the radio all the time now, Fort Scott Community College, they're in financial trouble. I mean, it tells them, you know, in April, they're going to be out of money. What's going to happen with the STARS program over here? And they're talking about cutting back. They're looking at what cuts they're going to have to make. Here we are taking the county taxpayer money and putting into something through another school system, and that I don't even know, you know, and all I go by is what I hear on the radio. And they talk about it daily, about what's happening down there at the college. But we tax the people here for another mill. And we're not taking care of the roads. I mean, I drove down a place up by Centerville. The water was for 200 yards. I drove through water that way because the ditches aren't cleaned up.
Okay.
I agree, Jim. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've thrown out an idea of a plan of, you know, creating some kind of crew to go around and do the ditches. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're right. The weather sucked this last week or 2 weeks, whatever it was. But
You can't get around with what happened because of the weather. I mean, I'm not blaming what happened because of the road, you know, because it happens every spring.
no, I get that. But there's things that we can do, you know, a higher crown, you know, the ground's
I
not
understand.
higher than the road.
Clean the ditches out to where the water's in the ditch instead of going down the road.
But our rock budget's what, $900,000 this last year? 800 something? And it just keeps getting higher. When I first became a commissioner, it was 375, I think.
But we took $300 and some thousand and put it in the school over here and charged the people more money, is what I'm saying, in county.
Well, I mean, if we don't have anything in the county, then there's no point in having roads, in my opinion. But I mean, but there's things like, how the power plant's organized up there, how, a lot of that tax goes to Lacine District. That's stuff that we need to look at and see if we got to reorganize it or what we got to do.
You can't control what the state control.
Okay.
We just always have excuses for why we don't want to do something. It's because it's been done like that.
Well, I'm just saying that we're not taking care of what we're in charge to take care of, and then we just keep taxing the people in Linn County, and pretty soon who's gonna wanna live there? That's what I'm saying.
No, I agree.
Okay. Next.
Oh, I'm not done. I want to, what are we going to do here? What are we going to figure out? And I'm tired of asking about it. I mean, or about what, what the citizens want. I guarantee you that people in my district want that barn open back up. And we have no reason not to. We have no reason to shut it down, according to the
I think
information
that
I
the
got.
reason was purely financial.
Okay, why was Pleasanton District, my district, the one that closed down?
I can't tell you, I wasn't there.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I've asked and asked and asked, and nobody has a good reason.
Did we cut manpower when we did this besides the road boss?
we cut out road boss and a mechanic.
We got the mechanic over there now. I think we got three
Yeah.
mechanics now.
I think we've been easing back.
Correct.
Having that barn back.
I'm sorry.
I think we've been easing back into what Danny's talking about gradually over the year.
So, I would like to hold off on the equipment. And I make a motion that we start the process to open up District 2 barn back.
You look at some other counties around here, they only have one barn. They take care of the whole county, so they have one road boss. So,
Right.
so we're kind of in the middle of the road there, I guess. There's some counties around here that has one road boss.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to reopen District 2 shop. Is there a second?
I'm not gonna second it now. I think I believe we need to utilize what we have right now and start with a plan to cleaning our ditches and working towards, we got told right here in the meeting, sitting right here, guys, by one of our road bosses that you only clean ditches out 3 or 4 months out of the year, right?
I agree, but we don't want to take a skid steer and go use it on the milling machine because it might interrupt somebody else, but we pull every single grader out to go do the asphalt crap. Or we
What
pull
I'm
every
saying
dump
is,
truck.
we've got one, we had a boss tell us that.
Yep.
3 or 4 months, and that's not right. We just missed the best opportunity in the fall, one of the best falls we ever had to clean the ditches out, I think.
And what were we doing? Asphalt?
We wasn't doing asphalt in the fall.
What were we doing?
I don't know.
I'm not going to second it either because I think we need to look at the ramifications that it's going to create before we go making a motion to approve it.
We went and bought 2 brand new skids or track hose here, how many months ago? How many hours have we got on?
I have no idea.
We bought them with the heads to clean brush and to clean ditches out. That was the deal. And we even said we would clean ditches out even if it was a little damp with the track hose because we could do it.
I mean, yeah, we talk about it. We don't ever do anything. No,
Well, it's our place to hold them responsible to make sure we start getting it done.
I just got a text message from a lady in Boycourt. who do we contact about the roads? They are dropping gravel in spots, but not nearly enough. It's a muddy mess, mud all over our pant legs. There's so much traffic on the road, it's crazy. How can we go about getting this paved or chipped and sealed? This is crazy. That's what I've been doing with all weekend. But we sure get our asphalt done. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. Why did we not, why can't we just contract the asphalt out, the chip and sealing out, and create a crew to do nothing but ditches? I mean, we're not fixing anything here.
It would be a cost issue.
You know, I mean, what does it cost?
We
Well,
talked
when
about
we-
that a few weeks ago, what we could do to hire a contractor. And
It
do
was gonna be
something, see what happens.
$7,000 more per mile.
But then you get a warranty on it.
I don't know, Jim.
I mean, I know that whenever we built this jail,
On the ones in Anderson County, did they get a warranty on?
I don't know about that. They said.
I mean, surely any kind of work you do,
I don't know.
surely any kind of work you do, you're gonna get some.
They're waiting to see how well it works with the county portion, what the county put in there, but they was.
But I recall that whenever we had to pave this around, I guess, and the county,
69 hour. They probably paid a pretty good chunk for all that. And I'll tell you what, I drove up it the other day and it about took a front end out from underneath your car.
but the county gave us a bid to do these 3 roads around us here. And then, who was it? Was it Kilo or somebody gave us a bid to do it? And they were cheaper and had a warranty. Remember that, Jim? You recall that?
I know Keeler's done some for us, but I don't recall that, that we actually got a bid from the county. I don't.
I mean, it wasn't just an actual bid, I mean, it was just kind of an estimate, but I, remember that I tried using that as a little bit of leverage on what we can do about these ditches. I mean, I don't,
You talking about this road back, the street back here, wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, on the city here?
yeah,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
by the jail.
yeah, okay. I do remember that when Kilo come in and did that.
Yeah,
They was in town here anyway, wasn't there, or something?
They were in town anyway, and they gave, or they were going to be in town anyway, so they gave a bid, and then the county road guys
Right.
gave
I
an
do
estimate of
remember
what they thought it would cost if they did it.
and we were a little higher, and then, well, obviously we didn't have a warranty. So I don't know, I just don't know why is the chip and seal asphalt more important than the gravel roads? Whenever we could subcontract out the
I
pavement.
wish that they took a picture of what I drove in, because I'll tell you what, it was standing water. And it was because there was no ditch and it was all coming right down the road. And the roads will fall apart without the water being on them. But when you have that right there, there's no way you'll keep the road in driving condition.
And we had, there's a picture right here where that's all mud, and there's water setting in the pond. It's the road now. Instead of just clearing it completely off the road, well, the grass is that much higher on the side of the road than the road. Well, I mean, how's that ever going to dry out?
Visit till you dig a ditch.
I know. So that's where, what do we do? I'm all about putting together putting those mini excavators or those excavators to use with a crew on it, maybe a 3-man crew. I don't know. Use one of the older dump trucks and the equipment trailer and a skid steer. I don't know. I mean, and we do a mile section at a time, and we don't put any gravel or do anything to the road until it's completely done.
We've got landowners that'll we'll take the dirt.
Now,
If we just work with them. We've got landowners that'll come. If we'll work with them a little bit, we could load their equipment.
I mean, we could use a skid steer or an excavator, fill up a dump truck, and that guy's driving it to dump it while he's still fixing the ground or the ditches. And I just don't know how we can pull off these gravel roads when the budget for the gravel roads is crazy. I mean, 800 for the gravel. I know we use a lot of that gravels for asphalt too, right? That's all kind of lumped in together.
Well, asphalt has a commodities line as well.
So just,
But your road rock, your chip and seal, your ditch liner, a lot of those commodities
I
go
can
into
take you
this.
around this county and show you multiple places that we just keep dumping gravel on the roads. And I can take you down in the brush where it's washed down and there'll be 3 feet of rock down there some places.
I agree. So,
We're not fixing the problem.
so why have the rock savers on the front of or the graders if we're not going to be able to use them? So I'd like to try to come up with a plan today to figure out a way to move forward.
Do we need to be talking to our shop foremans?
I'm tired of talking. I've been talking to them since I got here. How many ever years ago? 4 or 5 years ago. It's been talked about. That's all we ever do is just talk. We don't get nothing done. I feel like we bring a lot of stuff to light, but we don't have a solution for it.
I call it accountability. That's what I call it.
Starts with us.
And we're lacking that.
Any ideas?
Not off the top of my head, no.
You think that's wrong, Jason?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, what do you think? I mean, we can talk. We're talking right here. We might as well talk.
I think we have 2 new shop foremans that have been on the job for 6 months or less. You know, I think we should be trying to work with them. They were in here last week to go over this equipment plan with us, and we didn't ask any questions last week. Now that they're not here, we're firing away questions.
I'm
When
not
they get-
firing questions on the equipment. I wasn't really for it last week, to tell you the truth.
That's
You know,
fine.
It's,
But you could have asked. If
For
you
what?
didn't like the skid loader,
I don't need to know. I questioned that skid steer last week,
okay.
and I want to
But
see
you
that.
didn't push it.
Well, I don't think it's, when we're talking, we need to talk. You and Danny and I's the ones that make the
Okay.
decision. That's what they hired us for.
Pushing a plan for the gravel roads.
What's your plan?
I mean, I've stated it multiple times. I mean, we put together a full-time crew to work on the ditches. And we don't put gravel on.
What's the cost of that gonna be?
I don't know,
Okay.
but we're putting gravel on top of a road that isn't made for, or that isn't ready for the gravel. I mean, do you go out and paint a rotted wall? You fix the
What's
rotted
the
wall.
cost gonna be, Jason? We got the equipment, I believe. I don't think there's gonna be anything there, but we couldn't use the equipment.
Okay. But I mean, I'm saying, I'm asking questions on what we're proposing here. We're gonna hire 3 new people?
I
Or
don't
we're
know.
gonna rearrange how their duties are within the shop? What are we doing? That's what I'm asking.
See what's priority. And I think the gravel roads are priority.
Okay.
I think we spend a lot of money. I'm not in favor of putting any money into the gravel roads until they're fixed. I mean, I'm a restoration guy. Go fix the problem before you keep adding to it.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know. Do we have an old dump truck that's not being used full-time right now? An older
I believe north,
for
We used
CDL?
one the other day, was hauling, scrap iron on it.
I believe the north shop has,
Scrap going to Weston's 2 or 3 days ago. I don't
Has
know how
a-
good it is, but I seen it.
Yeah, and we have an equipment trailer. We have excavators. Are the excavators being used right now?
they're doing a tree job in the South District, and mulching. I can't tell you exactly where. I spoke to the foreman this morning. He was actually jumping in a grader to replace an employee we have on light duty so that he could keep the graders up and running, and he was working in the Centerville area. But yes, he had a crew out doing trees and mulching this morning, but I can't answer as to where and what equipment they were using.
Sean, you got any thoughts on it? Can can you tell me what do we have, is there statutes about chip and seal paved roads that we have to maintain them or something, right?
Well, once we pave a road, then if we let it fall apart, we've got some possible liability if it causes accidents because we've allowed it to fall apart. Now, you can go through and grind it up and turn it back into a gravel road. You want to do that? There doesn't say that it's got to remain a paved road for.
So, Jason, you said $7,000 difference per mile, was that?
That was the difference that Todd presented to us that day.
Okay, so we do 6 miles, or how many miles do we do a year? I guess I don't, you know, how many miles
So-
of actually asphalt a year?
So what was it? He said 20
Asphalt or chip and
chip and
seal?
seal.
Chip and seal?
I know 5.5 to 6, depending on aggregate and oil on asphalt. Chip and seal, I believe you're looking at somewhere between, depending on oil and rock, you're looking at 20, 25 miles.
That's what I remember Todd
Yeah,
saying.
you're in the neighborhood there. And then he would do pug milling, patching, and repairs on others.
$50,000 roughly in there somewhere. And, you know, if we hire somebody to do that, we've got the equipment sitting there. Why don't we clean ditches in?
Okay.
I mean, we got the equipment and the manpower and hire somebody to do it in 1 year. And let's see what we do.
We do it, what,
I mean,
every
It
three?
costs money, but I mean,
I'm not up here arguing against
if
it. I'm
that's
just,
the case, let's see what it does and put us a crew out there to start cleaning ditches and
Okay.
hope, and get some accountability for what we're doing. Put 3 guys on ditch cleaning. Crew.
I mean, we have $500,000 in the last 6 months on grading alone, just in the north and south and all district. That's $500,000.
That's what I want to see though. I want to see the hours that's on them or on them graders versus the hours we're charging for it. Let's compare the hours that's put on the graders to the hours that we're charging on that sheet. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if we get charged 8 hours on that sheet, I want to see if it's 8 hours on the, or 7.5. Give 30 minutes for greasing and fueling.
I guess the H means hours probably over here.
But is that the hours on the equipment or the hours we charge
I
for?
think just the hours that we cost the county dollars between 719 and 129. That's $500,000. How many people does it take to do the chip and seal during the season?
I couldn't give you an exact number. I know we pull from every shop when chip and seal operations are going. It is a large manpower issue. And the other thing, when we're talking about setting up crews to do specific things, the attrition rating that we're having in the shops, and I'm going to bring some recommendations for hiring to you here shortly, but the attrition rating in the shop versus our ability to hire and train people, even after we've set up a CDL school, our shops have not been full at any one given point since I've been here. So we have struggled through that process to try to get the manpower and the labor. And then, of course, the training curve, as you pointed out, that once you hire them, we're not hiring people with 20 years of operator experience. We're competing to hire people that we have to train to get CDLs and also train on those equipment. One of the things for those new foremans, LTAP this week has put out notice of training in our area. And I've scheduled Todd and myself for asphalt training, our foremans for gravel road training, and Jessica and I for Pub Works 1 and 2 training through that LTAP program, in order to try to get more training out to the supervisors and out to our staff so that we can look at budgeting and other options and see what other people in our area are doing to maintain those roadways and what options we have. So I am pushing out more training, but do understand if we had a 3-person group to go out and do those roadways. At this point, until I get the shops full, that 3-person group would mean you lost 2 truck drivers and a road grader because physically those 3 people aren't there.
Well, during asphalt season, we lose everybody all around, right?
We draw from every shop during asphalt season, yes. And I can't tell you how many, but I know it is between flagging, rolling.
But we have an opportunity here that another company could come in and do it. I mean, maybe a little more, who knows? They got overhead, they got cost, whatever. And then we could leave everybody where we are and save all that manpower and continue to work on gravel roads, ditches, instead of pulling everybody off and taking them over there to the asphalt. I've never understood the asphalt, truthfully, with all the equipment costs and all that. I just don't understand why we wouldn't go out and put that liability on another company that comes in here and does the work for us.
Well, let's go out and see what we can get. Let's get a bid on our,
What's our do you know what our asphalt budget is this last year? David, do you know?
Are you
Total?
talking asphalt or chip and seal?
Both.
Okay.
our asphalt. We already contracted out.
I believe Todd and I, each year, we look right at a million to divide between asphalt and chip and seal. Now, that's obviously not to the dollar, but that's what he tries to plan for oil, rock, and commodities between the two.
But then on gravel roads, we have a rock budget of 800,000. That doesn't include time grading it and cleaning ditches or any of that whistle stuff, right?
Correct.
Correct.
I just don't understand why
We haven't purchased our oil and stuff for the chip and seal yet, right? Or have we, for this year?
No, that's something we would put out to bid and get prices on, find out how much chip and seal or oil and commodities have gone up, and then plan accordingly, because the budget number never changes, but the distance and the amount that we can do changes by what the cost increases are.
I would like to bring in some asphalt companies and sit down and with Todd and him, given what his plan is for the next 5 years or whatever his routes were that he was going to redo, and get numbers for it and see what they can do it for. Okay. What do you think, Jim?
Let's get a bid on chip and seal. I don't have a problem with that. See what we can contract it out for. Then we have all of our manpower to start cleaning ditches. It'll take more money, but we got all the manpower sitting there to take care of our roads.
Okay.
Because we have.
Figure out what it's gonna cost.
Mhm.
I'm good with that. See if it makes sense.
Sean, what do you think of that?
I don't have a problem going out to bid and doing a cost comparison with it.
I mean, obviously, we would have like Todd or somebody probably work close with the companies, or a company that came here and did it. So we'd have, but I think that, I believe our biggest issues are gravel roads.
There are this week.
Push them out to bid's not going to be that much more of a process for us. So I don't see a difficulty in that.
Okay.
What I would like or would encourage you to do is to allow us not to go out to bid, but to go out and make the RFPs and keep this process moving. Let us make the RFPs and spec out the items that are on this list for 2024 and bring it back to you before we go out to bid, so that we can keep the process moving. It'll take time to do that. That way, if you have questions,
Can we put a time limit on it,
a time limit on
getting all this figured out, so it's not running over another year?
that's what I'm trying to do, is keep the process in the background moving. If you don't want to approve the 3 to 5 year equipment plan as it stands, at least let me work in the background to develop those RFPs or spec out that equipment, and then come back to you after you've had time to think about it, show you what you want, talk to the foremans about the skid steer or any other issue, or the hours that you want to look on equipment, but at least let me work in the background and have it ready. If I have to cut from it, that's not a problem. But if I have to hold off on starting on it, it's going to put this out again months and months. And by the time we go out to bid, we're halfway through the year before we do anything or take any
Like,
action.
we're reorganizing how we're doing, the opportunity to reorganize how we're doing things, we should wait on the equipment and figure out what we're gonna do on asphalt first.
If we were going to reorganize the shops, I don't see the equipment that we have that we're planning on replacing or adding. I don't see it changing very much simply because the equipment we have is in need. So I don't know that this would change a whole lot even if we opened up the shop, because I don't see us going out and buying 4 more trucks for that shop, or I don't see us doing anything other than cutting our resources up that we have throughout the county.
Okay, beyond the barn though, I think we should figure out prices on asphalt, and the gravel or a ditch crew. 'Cause, I mean, we're gonna have different equipment that's gonna be needed if that's what we're gonna do, right?
Ditch crews would use the excavators. That's why we got the rubber track to use it on either gravel or hard paved road with that smooth ditching bucket. They'd have to have it, probably a skid steer and some trucks to move material, unless they were putting it up on the back slope on the property owner at their request. So I think we have the equipment to do that. The biggest thing I would try to interject into the conversation is there's only so many people to move around. You can have 20 trucks on the lot. If you got 5 drivers, you still got 5 trucks moving.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I think we should figure out what we're gonna do, asphalt. And then we go do an equipment plan after that, after we figure out exactly what we're gonna do.
Maybe we need to get the asphalt company in there and decide what our bid's gonna be. mean,
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the most
Where we
important.
need to head.
I think that's the first step is figure out exactly what we're gonna do with that. And if we are gonna change it up, let's do it. And then we come up with an equipment plan after that.
Okay.
Jen, you good?
I'm good with it.
So what you would like, let me try to interpret this. What you would like is you would like Todd's roads that are slated for this year that he's got on for asphalt and for chip and seal. You would like me to get with him, pull the mileage and the roadways together, put it on an RFP and have it ready for next week for your approval to send out to bid, so we can look on what our cost versus contractors' cost for both asphalt and chip and seal would be.
Yep.
Yep.
Then I will work with Todd and accomplish that and push that out to you.
Okay. That a start?
It's a really good start, if you ask me. I do have a few questions, like out on Tiger Road where they did I got a call about this too. Which I don't know what road, they call it Tiger Road, but, where they did the mine reclamation project out at the Boy Scout grounds, where they took all that equipment over the paved road right there and turned in and out with it ripped up a bunch of the pavement. Do we have, I mean, they didn't even pull any permits for none of that, did they? Does anybody know about that? David? No?
I don't know that there was any permits needed for, like, if they pulled anything for oversized vehicles, it wasn't with us, it was with the state. So,
12 dozer driving down the road. So
you know,
it was massive.
if they had it on the roadway, it should have been offloaded and onloaded on their property, not our roadway.
They drove it from where you and I met at Missouri with that.
Okay?
They drove it from there to Boy Scout grounds. They took it down through Mine Creek and up. And anyway, the pavement's all messed up right there in front of the gate of the Boy Scout grounds. And I had a few people bring it to my attention this last week when they were mad about the other roads. So I don't know.
The only thing I can do is reach out to the property owners, try to find their contractor and tell them what has occurred with their contractor, and tell their contractor to get a hold of Todd and tell the property owner to have their contractor get with Todd and see what it's going to take to recover that roadway or patch it. Because if there was damage done to it, obviously it's equipment that shouldn't have been on the roadway.
Okay.
Is there anything we can, I mean, if they didn't have to pull a permit or anything like that? Is there any like road usage?
They've clearly damaged, if they've clearly damaged the road, my advice would be to document it, present it to them, say you've damaged the road, here's what it's gonna cost to fix, and you need to turn it into your insurance company or get it paid before we have to take some other kind of action against you.
Which I think is that mine reclamation people down in Pittsburgh that, remember we met with them? I think you were there, or no, you were there.
You and I met with them on the,
I'm pretty sure.
Well, that was the Mine Land Reclamation Board, right? That's what you're talking about?
I don't know which one.
But there's.
Yeah, but
There'll be a
there'll be a contractor that works for them, that they can hold accountable for their,
And
they're
they,
off
and
book.
they have money in a bond sitting there that's supposed to cover this.
Do they not? And they don't have to let us know any of that when they come in and do that.
We don't have any role in it. It's all federal.
Okay, your next two CDL trainees will test on the road test on Friday. If they pass the road test on Friday, they're fully certified and out of the program, which would allow new trainees to come into the program. From this point forward, what we'll do with the program, instead of bringing everybody to one shop, we will work on having trainers in each shop so that they can be trained in their shop and not lose any more time. Also, our trainer at some point will be out for medical issues, and we're going to need to change that program anyway. But it's worked out well enough that I think we need to start moving towards training in the actual shop that the drivers will work in, or operators. We spoke about roadway conditions and complaints. One of the, or several of the calls that I received over the past week were from either city or lake communities about assistance. One lake community wanted us to salt all through and around their gates. Another lake community had equipment breakdown. They had material, but they needed equipment to spread it. This is something with your assistance application that I need direction on from you. What I basically told everyone is police and fire, or the sheriff's department and fire department, wherever they need to go, I'm going to get them. I'll send the resources and equipment to that. Outside that, until I have direction from the commissioners, or we have assistance applications that have been granted or in standing with the commission, I do not feel comfortable committing county resources while our roadways are in the condition they are, and we need that equipment to either HOAs or other cities, unless you give me direction on that, on how you'd like to handle it. You can either ask them to put in, and ask similar to a mutual aid agreement, each one of them to put in assistance applications and look at them individually, or you can give me direction on, if a city calls and has equipment breakdown, this is what we expect, fuel and material charged back to them if you can get to them. If an HOA calls, this is what we expect you to do. But I do need some direction on that, so that should another situation like this arise, I will know how to answer those questions.
I think we need to have them filling out our assistance for anything that we're doing to help them, our assistance agreements.
Would you like those all put together prior to, so that we know what we're going to be asked of? Because if it happens during the middle of the week, obviously they're not wanting to wait the week to find out what we're going to do.
Yes, it would be needed to be done beforehand if they're counting on us for anything.
Well, if it's an emergency anyway, we've got roads of our own to take care of, so I don't see that it's any other thing we do for them, it's on our time schedule, right?
Correct.
Go mowing or anything.
And this would
Emergency.
This
They
would
have
be,
an emergency road situation, we got one too.
that's correct.
Ice storm or whatever, so.
Right.
You know, I think we had a lot of roads this last one that we could have been on with ice, with salting roads, but
I'd rather not accept.
I don't.
Right now, and deal with our own issues we have.
That's what I think too.
Okay.
I'd say there's also a difference, just to keep focused, there's a difference between an application for assistance from a city and from a homeowner association. It's one thing to spend county resources helping another governmental institution, because that's all for the public
First, we're
benefit.
doing private for,
But it's different to be working on private property. So keep that in mind too, as you think about it.
Do we ever ask this, I mean, do we ever need anything from the cities? Do we ever have any application assistance or anything like that? They ever help us with anything? Is what I'm asking?
I would have to talk specifically to the shop foremans, but the thing that comes to mind when we work jointly, what I see is obviously geographically close to where I report at the office. So if it is, it would be a courtesy in parking lots or something as Mound City goes around. If we are unable to get to something, I know in the past Pleasanton has asked us to go down their main street with some of our equipment. The cities, it's not uncommon. What is uncommon is the request from the lake communities. And I think that's something that I asked them to go back to their boards and resolve and work out as well. And to have a plan, if they did at any time in the future come to you and ask for something, they should be prepared to answer what are they doing first before they ask for that. So if you want me to get those assistance applications, I'll ask them for them. If not, then we can wait until they prepare from the boards, and I'll instruct the HOAs to go back to their boards, figure out what they're going to do, and then at some point in the future, ask to be put on the agenda and speak to you.
I just feel we're not in a position to be helping anybody right now. We have our own issues going on, but I don't want to create a bad relationship between us and the cities. So I don't know. Do we call a mayor's meeting again? And do we have any one of those scheduled?
No.
Would that be a good idea to?
I think we've already got, like I said, we help the cities in the situations that they need our equipment in our time frame.
Right, with our assistance agreements.
With the assistance agreement we have.
And with appropriate reimbursement at times.
Right.
Right.
But I don't see any need getting involved with the HOAs at all on that, because
I would caveat that with your consent, with the understanding that, and Randy and I spoke during the incident, if there is a medical or law enforcement emergency, all bets are off. We'll figure it out. But at that point, I have to make a decision at their request to try to get them and their equipment into where they have to go safely. So, and that's what I told the HOAs, that until that situation arose at that point, I was unable to commit any resources, unfortunately, until there was an incident.
Okay.
well, that would happen anytime on any private.
Sure, that's just what I was gonna say. That'd be like if you had trouble getting the ambulance from the road to Jim's house.
Yeah, if it was out in the middle of a section of grass somewhere, you're gonna get whatever it is to get to the ambulance there, so it wouldn't be any different, but,
And that was my thinking, that in an emergency situation, we're looking out for those first responders as much as we're looking out for the person they're trying to get to, and we're trying to get them there safely. So if there is a situation and the sheriff or Randy called and said, I need this, I'm going to provide that resource.
So are you guys good with not accepting any applications right now and trying to figure out? I mean, is that what?
If you would like to push this out to the next city, county, lake meeting and have a discussion there, and I certainly can tell those parties to prepare themselves to answer what is your lake community or your city able to do before you ask us, because our resources, again, no matter how many trucks I've got X number of drivers. I'm not fully staffed. So,
well, the HOAs is completely different than the cities. I mean, we've never dealt with the HOAs. I mean, we've never had them in our meetings, have we?
Yeah, with our very last one, I think we did. We had like Holiday Lakes.
We had a separate one with the lake.
Oh, was it separate one?
I think we're just expanding our area again, myself there, but.
I just don't want to get anybody, false hopes, and don't want to waste anybody's time. I mean, I think
I certainly don't, and that's why I'm bringing it to you, looking for direction, because these things happen during the week. And I've tried to convey to everyone that I want to work with everyone, but I am very limited in what I can do during the week as far as spending taxpayer money to recover private property.
So, I mean, I'm in favor of not accepting anything right now and letting everybody know, like, we're trying to reorganize and figure out what we have going on. And, but we do set up a mayor's meeting and, because like I said, I don't want to create any bad tension between the county and any cities. So, surely they would understand that.
I will reach out to them.
You guys good with that?
I'm good with
It's fine.
Update with Terracon, they've been working with KDHE on design plans. There's been communication back and forth on how to tweak those design plans to get them passed through the state. They've copied us in on them. These are grunt level conversations. I certainly can pass them all on and convey all of them, but these are typical about talking about the different aspects of the permit and what needs to be changed or tweaked to get it through. Basically, the update for them is the process isn't moving forward as we would expect. Lake Region was held here last Thursday. Had a good meeting. We spoke to them. Jessica and I did about grant possibilities. I think it was mentioned when we talked about this before that they had got walking floor trailers for other areas and things. So we provided them with a list of what potentially could be needed in the future, only so that they could reach out and look for opportunities for us that we could bring back as we look forward to the landfill and the issues that we've got out there. So it was a good meeting. They have a list of things that we're looking for and looking for grant opportunities. They also, we had some conversation and spoke to them about training opportunities and possibility of funding for training opportunities for our staff to get better aware of the overall operations or certifications in landfill operations.
Okay.
You have the 3 to 5 year for the other departments. I don't anticipate coming back to you on this one until at least the 19th of February. This is a first blush or first look at this. One of these noxious weeds, they've had pretty good conversation with Randy, and if he needs to jump in here, I can let him explain, but you'll see a trade-off between pickups. They're wanting to trade off the old spray rig as part of their equipment process, but they may, because Randy has uses for it, rather than take a hit on it in selling it outright or auctioning it, that Randy may have a use for it, and he may have an SUV that they could use for pest control and that would be more appropriate to store their chemicals in, their traps and other things to move around the county to service the buildings and provide those services. So when you see that, that is what the intention is behind that. You also received letters in reference to the Centerville area, road conditions or issues in that area.
Do we want to read it?
I'm sorry,
We want to read it? What do you guys think?
I don't have any copies in front of me. I only denoted that I sent copies to you.
Mr. President,
No.
what do you think? You want to read it or?
Do you think we should read it?
We've read them. I don't know. I mean, we've read them before.
Well, I think you decide.
Okay, I'll read the letter then.
I've got another one I want read after it, so go ahead with this one. We'll
Okay.
talk about another one later.
Okay. I ask for apologies for the tone of this request up front because I traveled 1350 Road east of Centerville on my way to the U.S. Post Office in Centerville. I can't afford a pickup truck that can maneuver better than my sedan, therefore I'm carefully drive through the rushing runoff water flowing out of the north pasture of Oss Landing Cattle Company, where there is no longer a single blade of grass growing. I'm sending this to multiple personnel of the county, not just Mr. Johnson, my commissioner. From my observation, many issues of this nature go into executive session. Furthermore, as pointed out to Austin Schropp, as I returned from the post office, I shouted out that I had nearly gone off the road 3 times trying to get to the post office, and all caused by water runoff from land maintained by Austin Company. And please don't let anyone tell you that the roads are an improvement over what they were before the feedlot came in. I've traveled the same road for more than 35 years and have never had trouble like this morning in getting to my right to use a federally funded organization. I have remained somewhat quiet, but the rubber met the proverbial road this morning and I can no longer be silent. I just replaced my tires so traction would not have been a problem. In fact, the increased amount of gravel needed for 1350 Road because of the overwhelming truck traffic has led to my having to replace my tires more frequently, not just because of more gravel on 1350 Road, but also on Fawcett Road where the trucks travel as well. If interested, I take photos of the rushing water across 1350 Road, as this is not a one-time occurrence. Instead, I suggest that each one of you, as soon as possible, travel 1350 Road to see for yourself what the residents of this area have to endure. I realize, Mr. Johnson, your agenda is to reduce taxes. Why then, as it states in the planning and zoning documents, Mr. Oss has not been approached as to being financially responsible for any additional costs to the county for items such as gravel and time or increased labor. I believe this would be fairly easy to determine by comparing gravel costs from before the feedlot to and after. Is a culvert needed in some of these areas? You and your staff have better knowledge than me of how to repair the road adequately, but doing nothing other than throwing more gravel down has proven not to be the solution. I am proud to call Linn County my home and frequently express these sentiments. In fact, I am a freelance writer for the Linn County Journal and did an entire series a couple of years ago about the many qualities of our services in Linn County. She goes on to talk about her book. I'm thankful that I'm not planning to sell my property, as I fear my property values may have decreased, not just because of the roads, but because of how this area is currently being managed. I will not go away and ignore what I have the right to expect. I don't work for the county, so I can't be threatened by being fired. In fact, I think the commissioners work for me. Furthermore, I will not speak to any of the parties mentioned above without a witness. That's from Regine McPherson.
In all fairness, Commissioners, as I was requested to pass that on to you at the same time or that same day, Mr. Ross reached out to me about the incident at hand or mentioned in that letter, and we had a conversation about it that was productive, and he forewarned me that there was an incident, and again, both parties have been communicating to us, but I don't have a resolve without direction from you.
Okay. I would like for the commission to give you, Sean, and Darren the ability to have a meeting with Mr. Ost to discuss the roadway issues and concerns in that area, as well as his permits that he has in place through the state.
Is Darren here?
He's here. I'll give him a second. He'll be in here.
So what, then you're gonna decide that, then you'll be down to see me next because I hung semi up on the hill at my house? Is that where you're
I think
going
we
with
should get
this?
Darren, I think we should get Darren in here and we just read whatever's in our policy handbook and we determine from there what we're gonna do. So we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Does that sound fair? I mean, it'll stop a little bit of tension maybe. Darren, can you read to us what the policy is on this matter? For the feedlots?
I have to get it.
Thank you.
While he's retrieving that, Commissioners, the only other items I had for you was 10 minutes of executive session for non-elected personnel.
Is that it?
Yes, that's the last thing I had on my agenda for you.
A few questions for you, Sean. We talked about the online reservations at the lake here a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Did we ever figure anything out about that?
Only that our software systems are cost prohibitive and strictly, they would have to do design, and it would be very cost prohibitive to integrate that with the system that we have now. If we walked away from the system we had now, we could go out and get bids for what that would take. We're not opposed to doing that, but you'd understand that the Vintech system that we have doesn't have an interface for that. They don't mesh with that type of system. And they said if they had to do it, it would be very costly.
Well, I think the Vintech was purchased with COVID funds, right?
I believe so.
I think it's important to have online reservation at the lake. I think we got to keep up with time. People from the city don't want to drive all the way down here just to see if there's an open spot with their camper. Would you agree?
I would.
I would like to see what it would cost, talk to Chris and figure out what kind of program we can have or what the cost would be to do with the online reservations for the lake.
If you'd like us to research those software programs or companies or vendors for that type of system, we'd be happy to go out and look at that.
Jim, you good with that? And then the trash compactor agreements?
Still don't have it finished, but discussing with them.
With the cities? Can we put a timeline on it? I mean, we brought every one of them in here and asked them we brought every single city in here and had this place full, and we asked them to give us their thoughts and opinions before they left, and I don't think none of them gave us any opinion on anything. And then we hear that there's wanting to move the trash compactor to different sites. I think it's important we get these agreements done, don't you guys?
My one question I had that came up in our, you want the same agreement with every city, or do you want to do a personalized agreement for every city? I
think we have different, we already have different parameters set up with different people.
Well, we got the cities, we've got the homeowners association.
Right.
And then we have our own site up at Centerville, which is outside the scope of this.
Right.
But as far as the cities that are all on an equal level, are we wanting to force them all into the same mold, or are we wanting to do a separate agreement for each one?
I think it should be all the same.
Currently, we have different payment amounts to
I
different,
know, that's what I'm saying. Right now,
Wonder why that is. You know,
I-
no idea what-
from long before I was here too, so I don't know the reason.
1976 or 66 was
yeah, something like that.
why can't we, because right now we own the equipment, we take care of the sites, right? Like the buildings on them.
We maintain sites at almost all the area, but the lake communities. In some sites, we do more than others. But yes, the equipment, the site itself.
They're responsible for hiring the employee, right? Is that all they have?
The city hires the employee. In some of the sites, the city has built or maintains the building. Pleasanton, I think they maintain their own building. Don't they?
And they've got two structures there versus they actually have
Yeah, they bought a new one.
there's like a mechanical room for the main part of the machine versus where the operator
The
stands.
operator building, they maintain it. I think.
Yeah.
We have paid any utilities for the site. I think that's right, isn't it, David?
I believe so.
For most of them anyway. But I just want to make sure that it's your intent. I couldn't tell if it's your intent that everybody had the same contract or if we
I think that,
personalize it.
I think the communities have different needs.
What, being what, I mean, can you give me an example?
Some want to move their site, some don't want
That's
to
why
move their
they're
site. Some are happy with how things are going, some want to see changes. You know, we already have it set up where, I mean, the city of Lynn Valley is a city, but they own their own trash compactor because they bought it when they were still not a city. You know, so we already have different agreements and different needs, and that's why I'm thinking that we continue to mold them that way. I'm all for having it in writing and everything that way. The cities in my district, I've talked to them about it, and they are in favor of having it in writing, but, you know, they're thinking, why are we, in some instances, why are we taking on something where it's already working? You know, they don't want to see mass changes.
Yeah, of course they don't. I mean, but you know,
Okay.
I just don't understand why we would, why have different agreements with all these different, how's that fair to Lynn Valley that they have to pay for their stuff, but Mountain City doesn't? I think it should be the same across the board. So we hold the license, right?
We hold the permits on each location.
And this is one of the main things that Sean thinks that we can address is perhaps letting them each hold their own permit.
Except for like Centerville, we have to hold theirs.
Yeah, well, that's our permit because that's our site, but the others, we would let them hold their own permit. I think that's one of the things that,
That's one of the things that I requested we look at because it would make it cleaner because there would be ownership of the site, the maintenance of the site as far as the conformity of it with the state regs. It would give us all our own piece of the pie and our ability to individualize those sites because as they turn in those plans each year and that permit each year, if something changes for that site uniquely, that's spelled out in that document, they can change it. We don't have to permit something that they don't understand what wasn't permitted, that they own the license to that site, irregardless of all of the agreements we make as far as the financial responsibilities. The license should be individual to the city or to the operation.
You know, and I don't, why would we not just, I mean, is our equipment in good shape, our hydraulics and our press, whatever you want to call it? Are we going to be replacing that in the next 10 years probably?
Multiple sites in multiple cities or areas have equipment that is in danger of being not only outdated, but unable to find parts for.
So why would it not make sense to us just to own the equipment, to own the container, and they own the sites? And they maintain the sites, they have responsibility for the sites, because didn't we just have a landline in there for years that we didn't know about that we were paying for? That's probably never been used.
But, and that's where Gary and I have talked about in breaking this down, we can bring it back to you and you can tell us which one of these things fit and how you want it adjusted. I mean, it can be put together any way you like, but then once it's put together and you agree on it, we still have to reach out to the cities and let them review it and look at it and see what would change or what would impact each one of those locations.
And keep in mind, I mean, the residents of the cities aren't the only people who use the trash compactors,
No, I understand that.
you know, and those people who live in the cities pay county taxes as well.
It's a countywide deal.
so looking at the schedule on all the sites, that may have something to do with some of the reimbursement because some sites are open more days than others. And you know, say I was not in on the negotiation originally, but that is a difference in some of them.
Well, why would we not just let them run it how they want, put it where they want, and we just provide the equipment and maintain that, and that's it? And I mean, Sean, how many hours do you have to? I mean, don't you have to go to training and stuff to deal with the?
So each municipality is going to have to go to that training.
Well, I mean, they go to police training. I mean, I don't.
Well, the biggest thing is we have to put it, and we work through Lake Region to put an operational plan that has to be approved by the state. And that operational plan is part of getting your permit process. You have to follow that operational plan. And most of the cities we're unaware, at least their operators, that operational plan it's in the building. And it's because there's no investment in that permitting process that they don't understand. At some point back in the past, we've agreed to all of these things at their site
66.
and no one knew. And so as they try to make improvements or do things, they actually change from what's actually on that permit and what it says that permit will allow. I only want, because the permit each year isn't that big a deal, and us providing through Lake Region the operational plan is not that big a deal. I only want investment in the permit so that each city not only is in charge of that permit and how that permit changed, the permit goes over operational times, it goes over the site facility, it goes over the collection. It would make it a lot better for us and better for them to train people when they have an investment in saying how that permit and how that individual operation at that site is going to take place. If they want to change something, they can change it. It's their permit, not our permit.
It's kind of like the SRO, program. Whenever that first thing came out, they hire or they get to have all the say, but then we have to do the repercussions of the
It's
lawsuit.
just like this though, this isn't the city trash deal, this is the county. I mean,
No,
so
I agree.
where
I know.
do we go with that?
I know. When we replace the trash compactors, how are we going to do that? Like Pleasant, for instance, I keep hearing that they want to move their site. Why would we not? Why were we restricting them to do?
We weren't telling that. We just said they had to pay for it. I mean, it was going to cost several thousands of dollars to do it, and they wanted us to foot that bill, and the commissioners at that time said no.
Yeah, exactly. We own it, but that's where I'm just like,
But we don't own the site. We own the equipment.
but we have our finger on them the entire way. Like, why not just let them have the person that works it, and we just provide the equipment and haul the trash off for free? Why can't they? Didn't we just spend what $7,000 on the was it Blue Mound one remodel?
I can't tell you what the number was that
It's
we
like-
remodeled. We remodeled Blue Mound and did some work in Lacine on that building as well.
And then Pleasant went out 10 years ago or so and bought their own dwelling. I don't know if the county didn't buy that, did they?
No, the city did.
So I don't understand why we're allowing, like, let's just give them the freedom to do what they want. We kind of help walk them through the process of getting their permitting. And then we provide the equipment.
And that's what I've asked Gary to look at is pretty much they own the permit. We own the mobile infrastructure on the site. We don't own the site. We don't own the permit, but we own the containers and the equipment on the site.
But
That
if
it moves and gets hauled off.
they
So
move a fence, which we had an issue with, that's on us, right?
right now it is because we own the permit,
Like if there's metal pile laying out, that's on us, right?
correct?
I just don't feel like that if we don't have someone on the payroll working it, why are we even trying to man it? Like, why not let them do what they want? They give us a plan and we just provide them equipment.
The other question about that, the one city that we don't own the equipment, are you proposing taking that over or paying them for that equipment or replacing it with county-owned equipment so that they're all the same?
I don't see how it's fair to Linn Valley that they had to buy all their stuff and everybody else or Pleasant had to go out and buy a dwelling, but then we went to Blue Mountain and we paid $7,000 for a remodel. We're just all over the place.
So one difference you would have with Linn Valley is that's a gated community. So that one's not going to be available to people outside of that area to come in and use.
Right.
If it's inside their gates, I don't know where that is.
It is
So
inside
in
their
a
gates.
gated community, they're not letting everybody in Linn County use it. And even like here in Mound City or Pleasanton, anybody in the county can use those, right?
And that's a good way to distinguish between that city and the other city.
And then like the HOA that has it, that I guess, no, but,
Is there just one HOA that has it? I can't remember now.
Tanglewood has one
In Sugar Valley.
and Sugar Valley has one.
So
And they
nobody,
own their equipment and
so everybody can get to Sugar Valley, but no one can get to Tanglewood and Linn Valley, right?
I mean,
I mean,
Everybody's not supposed to get Sugar Valley.
Sugar Valley,
But they do. Isn't that right, Darren? Isn't it supposed to be just lake residents that use the Sugar Valley?
yes.
Okay.
I would like to wrap that up. It's been going on for a while, and I think that plays a big part in what we're doing to landfill and address it all at the same time.
Well, this discussion clarifies a lot of my
well,
talking
like,
with stuff.
if Lynn Valley is gated and they're the only ones that can still own their equipment because they choose to, that
And that's
can.
why I'm saying things need to be different.
It's different than everything else.
I know,
The
but that's
gated-
why I'm saying that there's still differences between our,
Does the
You
HOA?
could put it
do
in,
they make-
since they are a gated community, that they are responsible for the equipment because not everyone in Lynn County, but you know, same deal where it's Mound City, Pleasant and the rest of them, everybody can use the ones that's.
Hey, Darren, do you guys have to pay an extra fee when you live at the lake?
No.
You don't have to pay extra fee for the trash?
Yeah.
Maybe the HOAs have to maintain their own equipment and we just haul it off?
I think that's right, isn't it? HOAs maintain their own equipment, right?
As far as I understand, yes.
Yeah, they own it, they maintain it. All we do is haul.
Are we all agreeing on that?
I mean, I am there and like at Lynn Valley, you know, where it's gated, they can own their own equipment. I don't see, you know, if they want it to be county equipment, that they need to open their gate and let everybody in.
Is that all the questions you had on that?
Yep, I think that'll clear it up. I think that'll help me get off dead center on it.
okay?
And then Boy Court Road, that was the last question I had. Where are we at on that?
You're talking about Queens Road? I've been working on building a spreadsheet to get the task assigned, and then once I get those tasks built, I'll reach out to Wildlife and Parks, find out what they can do, what we can do. But as far as bringing it to you, we're not near to that process yet.
It's been brought to my attention that the Wildlife and Parks that has a pilot program, do they, David? Do you know, sort of paying us yearly fees?
We get some pilot money through the state, and without going back at an agreement, I don't know, some of it may be federal coming through the state too, but yes, we do get some pilot money from wildlife.
Did we ever negotiate that or did we ever, I mean, what,
Again, those are agreements that have been in place for long before I was here.
So where's that money go then?
Well, a portion of it, it's split up according to the levy of each fund and to each taxing entity that's in that tax unit. So as an example, if it's, say it's Valley Township's going to get some, depending on which part of the township and which school district, they're going to get some, the county will get some, cemetery district, whatever they have in there. It gets split up to all taxing entities within the area.
Well, I mean, where's our portion go, I guess, is my question.
It splits to general fund, road and bridge, all of our funds based on our mill levies on the
And
funds.
how we dictate those budgets.
but
So
we
that
never
is
dictate the
figured in
budget.
our
We don't
budget.
know about them.
Yes.
As far as our mill levy.
Yeah.
How many pilots do we have in place right now? How many agreements do you know?
I believe that's the only one we're getting, all I'm aware of right now. And we get an estimate every year from the state level of what's supposed to come in on that, and we figure it into the budget.
So we should know the exact figure we're getting then if we're figuring it in the budget, right?
Well, I don't know that it's always exact. We get an estimate from the state, but it should be very close to that anyway.
Is that by statute that's determined?
It's not a statute. There's an agreement from somewhere
But
years.
how come we never review it though? I don't understand. I mean, has it been the same number for 60 years?
I can't answer that without looking at every year, but I think it has changed some over the years. But I don't know for sure without looking it up.
Now, how does that change? Who dictates what we get on it?
And the statute.
I get an estimate and use it in budget. That's how much I know about the program.
Okay,
I think they should be, I mean, do we have a pilot program with the power plant?
No, they're
They
paying
pay
taxes.
Wait, but do we have any other kind of agreement with them? Like we're asking from these solar plant or solar companies?
Or what?
Anything, I mean, are we just getting taxes, that's it? Are they doing anything else for the county?
Well, they've done things over the years for the county, and we've had some agreements on specific projects with them at times.
We're getting a huge chunk from Danny taxes.
I know, but everything's so unorganized. I don't know. I mean, did you know that we had any pilot programs in place?
No.
Did you?
No.
Until that person, came to you and told you about it. Yeah, that's crazy. It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
It's in our budget form every year. There's a line that says payment in lieu of taxes where we put in the estimate.
Okay.
So we could look back at it and see then, I guess.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Circling back to the feedlot, I guess, right?
Darren, you want to read that policy? Can you kind of explain what's going on and then read it?
So in our regulations under Article 16, there is a confined animal feeding operation description and what's supposed to be done with it. I've been getting phone calls from residents in the county in that area about the enforcement of it. But it's Article 16-402. Confined animal feeding operations require a conditional use permit and compliance with the following. A, the development plan shall include an area map showing the location of all habitable structures within 1 mile of the property proposed to be used in the operation, including lands on which facility and structures are to be constructed, as well as land used for disposal of animal waste by any means. All facilities and structures, including waste lagoons, shall be located at a minimum of 2,000 feet from all habitable structures and places frequented by the public, and all lands used for effluent disposal shall be located a minimum of 100 feet from all habitable structures and places frequented by the public. The separation requirements for land use for effluent disposal may be reduced if the occupant of the habitable structures within said area agree in writing to waive the requirements, and said agreement is recorded with the Linn County Register of Deeds. B, copy of all permit documents, plans, specifications, or reports required to be submitted to KDHE or state agency shall be submitted with the application. C, the applicant shall identify the method to be used in the handling and disposal of all dead animals that are generated from all the operations. D, where applicable, a maintenance agreement between the applicant and the county shall be required to maintain the roads that provide the ingress and egress to the operation. E, if the conditional use permit is approved, the applicant and all successors or operators of the facility shall submit copies of all annual reports and documents required to be submitted to all state regulatory agencies, to the Linn County Zoning Administrator, who shall keep them on file.
So what's the issue? I mean, where do we go? What do we do? What's going on?
I think we start by having a preliminary meeting with the one that we're getting the complaints on, see if we can't work together and figure out what the issues are with the roads, figure out where we can help, and we can get them taken back up to snuff where they can help and work together to try to find a solution for the problem. That's the path forward that I see.
So is he doing everything that the policy says?
Right now, there's not a conditional use permit, but my recommendation would be that
with this regulation, it can be taken out or amended, and it could be sent back to planning and zoning for that to be looked at with your guys' approval on that, with some directions on what you would like to see done with that particular article.
Let me just jump in here and give you a little bit of perspective on this, if I may. You notice it says there that a confined animal feeding operation requires a conditional use permit and compliance with the following. Those are two separate requirements, okay? Now, it's my opinion that this particular operation we're talking about doesn't require a conditional use permit because it was in existence before these regulations went into place.
Okay.
It's called a legal non-conforming use. It doesn't conform with the regulations, but it's legal because it already existed. So the only thing then that would apply to him are the parts of this that are not about a conditional use permit, which would mean supplying us with copies of his permits, with doing a road maintenance agreement, and keeping us informed about his manner of disposing with dead animals.
Okay.
The other parts, I believe, are, in my opinion, are terms of a conditional use permit.
The state's already taken care of all of the dead animals.
Right.
They get people inspects the feedlots. Anybody that has a permit gets inspection.
And all we're asking is that they keep us informed about what that process is, just so we have it on record.
So that if we're getting complaints, we can say, here's what's happening, everything's up to snuff, and
I say, what's changed? That's my deal. What's changed? And it's been there a long time. What's changed?
In my opinion, the only thing that's changed is the regulations now require a road permit. And the
Road permit, it says ingress and egress. Though. Roads for egress and ingress. And
that's right. And so any road that I use to get to my house is a road for my ingress, and any road I use to leave.
So you're going to start charging people for, if I go to complaining about my neighbor, you're going to start charging him road use taxes.
If he has,
I think he pays that every year when he pays the taxes. Just like me. I mean, if that's the case, my neighbor goes to complaining about me, then you're going to go out there and you're going to jump on me, is what I'm saying.
if you fall under the regulations, then you'd have to either revise the regulations or.
I think we're paying the use of the road use. Okay, well, we got big businesses in this county that use the roads too, but we're not after it, so.
I didn't write these regulations. You guys passed them, so.
Well, they've been in effect for a long time. They've been there for quite a while.
They've been there since July of last year.
It was already there before, right?
No, not that.
None of it was?
Not that road regulation stuff.
Okay.
But I mean,
and all I'm asking for is a preliminary meeting for them to sit down and talk about what they need, what we need, and try to get things moving forward so that we're not having this blow up into a bigger issue.
I don't think we can go back and ask them to, have a CUP if that's not what, we can't amend it just because there's been complaints. I think we have to leave it at that. But I mean, do you want to talk? I mean, I was asking, are you opposed to just trying to sit down and work this out with?
From what I've said here today, listening to mainly you about your roads, what they're dealing with over there is the exact same thing you're talking about. We've not had one truck in and out of there for 2 weeks till this morning, and we started loading trucks when it was frozen, get trucks in and out. So whatever the road conditions are, it's not because of anything we've done.
Right.
I believe that's where most of this is coming from, is from the road conditions.
One semi come up my hill, I'll just say that, 2 days ago and got stuck on the hill. So, and it was in terrible shape. And I got hold of Sean, they come out and tried to fix it. The best they could. But it's, the road conditions isn't, I guess it isn't all the feedlot. It's the.
And I'm not trying to say that it is. I'm just saying that we sit down, talk about it, figure out our plan going forward.
I just think we're growing government's what I think. We just keep growing government. Pretty soon we're gonna need more people.
Okay.
It'll take more of taxpayer dollars to run the government.
But Jim, I understand what you guys are saying. I'm not opposed to sitting down with Sean, coming up with a plan. Last year, we kind of ran into some issues on some dust after some road construction. We worked through it. We want to try to work through it. I'm not opposed to that. I have some ideas that I believe can help. I've moved all my fences back away from the county roads to give the county the opportunity to be able to do maintenance. I see that there's an issue. I'm not here trying to do something to the roads, to the neighbors. That's not why we're here. We want this to be better. I would like to have better roads for the trucks to come in and out. But 4 years ago, they were way worse. I do know this. I saw it, and I saw how the county came in then and fixed it. They did make it better. They hauled thousands of tons of it. And they fixed it. You know, I don't believe that there's any fault to be laid towards anybody.
And I'm not trying to place any fault on anybody. I'm just saying that we got to work through the problem.
I'm good with that. Like I said, maybe I have a few ideas with Sean that may make it better.
I think that would be good.
What we're doing that's causing the problem.
Okay.
Well, if you, my interpretation of this is if you do agree to us sitting down and having a meeting, we would look at those problem areas, the remedies to them, the other issues such as dust and other things. We'd take an overall picture and bring it back to you to give you a better informed decision as to what to do if you do anything at all.
Right.
But we're not talking about decision making here. We're talking about basically sitting down and bringing all the components together and trying to well inform you to assist you to make the decision.
That's how I see it too.
Well, one of the areas, like I talked about, the 1350 to 1400 road where I drove through the water, that's our problem. It's because the ditches aren't there. You know, that's where I talked about driving through the water on Fawcett Road from 1350 to 1400. So, you know, there is no ditch. I've drove that thing for 40 some years. I've been up there. So, but there is no ditch there. But all the water comes out, goes right in the road, runs down the road.
And I'm handicapped historically. I'm
I'm
the transplant. I
issues of our own in this deal that we can fix to help some of it. That's what I'm thinking.
I would
I'm
agree
just
that
asking that we sit down with them to discuss what issues are there so that we can go about how we're going to fix it. I'm not saying that we're pushing it off on them. I'm not.
Well, I'm just.
I think they
we have-
understand
We have
their
a
business.
responsibility to fix our end of this deal.
I agree. I agree.
And when we start going and pointing the finger at this landowner or that landowner, pretty soon we need to take care of what we got out there of our own as well.
I haven't been trying to point a finger at him.
I'm just saying is if we start going off with just everybody complaining and coming in there, you know, we've got a 1600 road up there that we've had a bus driver in here two times that's carrying the kids down. We haven't fixed the ditches there either.
Okay.
That's been 2 times in the last year and a half.
Okay.
I know we have a new.
So are you okay with the preliminary meeting?
If they're good talking, I'm good with it, but I'm not going to go to start picking and choosing who we pick on. I guess that's why I'm not going to do that.
Okay. All right.
that was the last thing I had for you before the executive session for personnel.
We want to go ahead and take care of that?
I don't, you've got several people that
We
were
do.
supposed to speak about an hour and a half ago. You might
Right.
want to go ahead and get
I
that.
haven't done a very good job of keeping us on agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say one thing.
Yes, sir.
With the regulations, I don't go out and pick and choose what I'm looking for. When I get phone calls that has to do with the regulations and it's in there, I have to investigate it. And then I try to deal with it according to the regulations or get guidance on those. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Okay. Go ahead and open it up for public comment. A citizen desiring to speak on any item not on the agenda may do so at this time. Discussion is limited to 5 minutes, and the commission will not take action at this time. Items introduced under public comment may become agenda items for a later time or date. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Next on the agenda, we have Richard Morrell from Planning and Zoning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Richard Morrell from Planning and Zoning. I'm the chair. Also chair the work group that's working on Section 14 that deals with solar farms. I learned this morning that Mark Briggs is on the agenda to speak too. I'm assuming, I'm just making an assumption, he's going to talk about issues with solar too. It may be wise to have him go first and then bring me up afterwards because I'm sure there's issues. He has not told me he wanted to be on the agenda. I don't know what his comments are, but it may make more sense to me to follow him
Okay,
and vice versa.
fine with that. Mark, do you want to go first? Okay, Rich?
I'm still not good with that. He's either going to talk or he's not going to talk.
Technically, I don't want to talk but I was told I couldn't, so I'm good with my spot.
Okay, what's going on with the committee?
But I'm not good with that. So if you want me to go first, can I have a chance to speak after him if it's necessary?
Sure.
Okay, good.
Fine with that?
All right. My comments are about where we are with the work group that you all established to work on Section 14.
Right.
Which specifically deals with solar power farms in the county. We've had 5 meetings lasting about 2 hours each. So we spent 10 plus hours on this issue. And we reached a point in the last meeting where we felt we couldn't really go any further because we just couldn't find the common ground to stand on that I had spoken to you earlier about wishing to do. We just can't find the common ground. There's a group I call OOSF, the Organized Opponents of Solar Farms. They're really well organized and they do a good job of letting us know their opinions. As you recall, there were 2 people from that group that you assigned to the work group, 2 opposed to it who were assigned to the work group, and that's the group, plus the Planning and Zoning Board, and that's the group that's been meeting for the last 5 times. We've reached an impasse. The opposition, the people that oppose solar farms really want an out-and-out ban. What I hoped for in the beginning and said I hope we can find common ground on is a highly regulated set of code for the county for solar farms. We're proposing that March 4th, and we've already got the site selected and saved. It's at Prairie View High School to have a forum, an open forum, so we could hear both opposition and those 4 solar farms to speak. I think the committee realizes we're going to limit them to 2 minutes, and we're going to let everybody speak that wants to speak. I mean, we may be there till 5 in the morning, but we're going to let everybody speak. But we go into this knowing that each side's going to speak their piece only for 2 minutes. Nobody's going to be able to get much in depth in it. And we're willing to do that. We want to do that, but we're not sure it's going to clarify much of anything for us about where we go with solar farms in Linn County. We have talked about having a referendum. In fact, I spoke earlier, one of the meetings about having a referendum, a vote among the county to see whether they want it or not. There's questions about if we had a special election, who would show up and would they represent the views of the county and all that. So there's issues with having a referendum. We've talked about having a stratified random sample survey done of the county, a scientific survey that would these companies that do polling know all the ins and outs of this, and they can poll based on what you want to know, or they can poll based on the scientific way to do this and come within a couple percent of confidence knowing that they've got the right answer. We can get those polls done pretty cheap if you want to do them pretty lackadaisical. If you really want a scientific survey, it's going to cost a lot of money. So the work group has really decided we can't go much further with this based on the opposition we have within the group until we get further guidance from you as commissioners. Do you want a forum? You want to wait and see how the forum turns out and then decide whether you want a referendum or a scientific study? We're just looking for guidance from the commissioners.
For the last 2 weeks, we gave guidance. I mean, work on the regulations. That's what, and get through them, and then, because right now.
And we've been doing that, and we're, on all the parts so far that we've done, they're tertiary issues. They're really not the meat and potatoes of this thing. And last week, we got to solar setbacks for the solar companies, and that's when they finally said, we're not for this. They want to set the bar so high that no energy company would ever come into the county and want to do business. So we're stuck.
Okay. What was the consensus of the board, to wait or not?
The consensus of the board was for me to come to you and ask for guidance. And the consensus also was let's suspend meetings until we've got that guidance.
Okay. Well, I'm still in favor of you guys going through the regulations. I think that the regulations that we have in place address most of the issues that are brought up by the solar opponents.
So I've been running those meetings and I've been trying really hard to get consensus.
Correct.
Consensus is when everybody agrees, again, to that common ground that I talked about earlier. I think if we go forward, you're going to have to give me permission to do a majority vote on these issues and move on. I'm going to have to take a poll. I'm going to say, okay, we got 10 members in the room. How many of you want this and how many want that, and take votes and
So-
majority rules.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the Planning and Zoning Commission that has to make those changes, not the ad hoc committee. Right.
Richard, I wasn't on the agenda to be against you by any means. So from my understanding, I wasn't here at the last meeting. I did watch it online, that he was coming to basically state that we wanted to wait to work on the regulations till after the open forum, because the open forum was to see what the citizens want. So then we would then know if we're working on the findings for possibly a prohibition or regulations. And we thought also with the open forum, it would bring to light more things we may or may not want in the regulations. Not necessarily like we're not going to continue doing that at all.
But my opinion on it is, the public's, it's big on what the public wants, but they're not the professionals in the field of solar panels. So how do we utilize, like you said, you guys put some amazing information out. But I don't know if it's facts. I don't know where it comes from. Who knows? So how do we determine, I just don't understand how we can determine our regulations off of people that aren't too educated in solar panels, what they want.
Well, that's really the issue. You can spend hours on this issue before you really become intimately aware of all the nuances and the issues that it brings. And that's why I said earlier, the forum and the referendum and even the scientific study really may not get to what is the best thing for us to do in Linn County.
But I think that what the best thing for Linn County is what the people of Linn County. Would that be a fair statement?
I mean, we don't
That
go into
be-
great length of educating them on anything else that we
I
bring.
mean, is that what we're after here, to see what Linn County doesn't want?
That's what we
Jim,
talked
that's what
about.
I've been saying is with all these three methods of finding out input, I'm not sure we're going to find out what the county really wants.
I,
I've been working on this issue in part since 2019. I was part of the group that came up with the future plan for the county, the 20-year future plan. Went into that, we worked on new code to match the plan. And now I'm working on a subset of even that, the solar farm issue. I think in my mind, we've come full circle on the same. We've talked and talked and talked and talked, and really it's time to make a decision.
Okay.
I'm all, and I'm going to deviate and say I'm not speaking for the committee now. I'm speaking as an individual that's chair and has been involved in this since 2019. I think what serves the county best is highly regulated solar farm code, which is exactly what we have right now.
Okay.
You're not here to speak for the group, not personally.
I made that distinction.
Public comment
I
right
made
now,
the
Ally.
distinction of, I'm talking about myself as chair, not for the committee. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but I made that distinction to begin with.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mark Briggs. I wasn't prepared on that one. Really, I was just gonna, first and foremost, last week when I was gone, I know it got brought up, that Danny brought up, that the open forum that you guys agreed to doing, you guys had kind of talked about the real reason what it was. I know Gary thought it was for going over the regulations, but if you go back about 2 to 3 weeks ago, when I was up here talking to you guys at that time, we talked about the open forum was to figure out if the citizens would want this in the county or not. And I feel like we're deviating from that tremendously at this point. I feel like from watching the planning and zoning that the consensus was, and this is my opinion from watching the video and talking to a few people that were there, the consensus was we would put working on the regulations on hold till after the open forum because we need to see if the citizens truly want this or not. And that's what we've asked from day one on this. So I do think that's the main thing here. I think that's what we've missed this whole entire time. A lot of the citizens felt like they were not aware of any of this, and that's why we've came in to you guys, and that's why we packed this room multiple times, and that's why we agreed to do the
I
open
agree,
forum.
but that's not our fault. I mean, it's not our fault. I can't go to every household, knock on the door and tell them to tune in on Facebook today because we're going to be in commission. I can't do that. I mean, people our age, they don't hardly watch this stuff.
I'm just very confused, Danny. You guys already agreed to do the open forum
But we
because of it.
already have legal binding regulations in place that we did the due process. And so, I mean, I don't understand the fight.
And Mark, I feel like you've been in here trying to steer the committee a different way when you're already on that committee. We
How's
gave
that?
you a seat at the table. Well, because you're asking for us to come in, even though we already gave our guidance to the committee. How many times have you been before us trying to get things changed?
I'm not asking for
How it's
any
going?
guidance right now.
Okay,
Not at all.
but you have been.
I have, yes, because we were put on the committee for one to see. Actually, if we would go back and you guys would watch all the videos, there's been so many things that have been decided in here on this that it's changed like a million times.
Because we're trying to accommodate everybody. We're trying to do what is necessary. We're trying to do it the right way because we get told we're not. But we've done what the legal process was. I mean, if we wanted to right now, we could just say, screw it all if we wanted to. We're trying not to do that. We're trying to give you guys a
I know, but I thought we were working in the right direction, and I felt like last week you guys stepped backwards, and I felt like
It's always,
We stepped backwards.
Yes.
My goal is always
Because-
to
But,
finish-
but my initial motion that I made with Jim seconding that motion was for us to go over the zoning regs.
Yes. Which the first thing in going over the zoning regulations would be to see if your citizens want it, which is what we've preached the entire time, Jason,
Okay.
from day one.
And I know you think nobody wants it, right? I mean, that's what you've been trying to tell me from the start, that nobody wants this.
I think there are fewer people that want it than that don't want it, by far.
what,
Obviously, you guys are worried about something here. Otherwise, you guys would prove us wrong and say, let's just do the open forum or an actual vote. And you guys are gonna be on the winning side of it anyways.
winning side, I know I see stuff go over Facebook like we're getting paid off. I guarantee you, I lose more money sitting right
I can guarantee you one time, I have never
And my
put anything
family.
about any one of you being
You know,
paid
it
off
pisses me
online.
off when I see those posts. I don't say nothing, but like this is not an easy job.
Okay.
Don't make no money, and I lost a family over this.
I understand.
So when people say that I get paid off, I guarantee you that I don't get paid off.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know what I'm not getting the shit out of it besides a headache every single day over it.
Me too, I agree, 100%.
Try and do what's right for the county. You know what? 10 years, I don't want somebody pointing a finger at me and say, well, you should have did this. You should have did that. Look at this county. We're not forcing. We're not doing nothing. Nothing's happening here. Have we went anywhere in the last 10 years here? Nothing's changed since
The
you.
way I see this is whether you're for solar or against solar, why do we need to make sure of what Linn County wants for regulations that we get at the very best? You know, we don't have a whole lot to compare with as far as what regulations, what is the best regulation, right?
Exactly. So why not get the facts out there first?
That's what I'm saying. We're going with it. We're going
So
with
we,
it.
we get rid of the moratorium, we let us CUP come in, and we
I say
we actually start talking about what the project is and
there's
looking
no
at.
No.
need to get in a hurry about this, because if this is such a good deal today, 2 years from now, it'll be better. And then if solar is a good deal,
It'd be a different committee. I mean, here's the, if it's not done, I'm rerunning it. I don't want to rerun, but I don't feel like that I can not rerun. And this is a huge matter and I want to still be involved in it.
run.
I'm going to, if that's what I have to do.
I just don't understand how everything continues to change up here. We agreed on this open forum a long time ago to see if the citizens wanted this.
We did.
That's what our agreement was.
So
And you agree?
And the only thing the thing is that planning and zoning is they felt like, because you told me to bring arguments to the table, that we did. And some of these, when you're working on the regulations, when you don't know if this is what the citizens want, it's hard to sit there and come up with regulations.
But it's
for it.
hard to understand what the citizens want if they don't know nothing about it. If they've just read your no post and they don't know what the county's gonna be getting out of it.
I would ask this nicely. I want to know of what you've educated your citizens about that you put regulations on anything in your 173 pages, because it would be zero.
Well, we had a legal minded attorney do it, is what we did, and he did the duty to do it.
To the citizens?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, they had public forums. Yes, they did. And I actually saw him out.
Okay, so
walking
they've
this
already
county.
been educated then, right?
Well, it's not my fault. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've already been through the process.
They didn't know about the process, and you guys have sit up there and agreed to that. So I don't understand why we're backpedaling. I'm not trying to be difficult, but things change in this office every single week, and there's not a lot of movement forward. There's just a lot of juggling that goes on.
I agree with you. But then we go back to, well, you know, we've done it this way for so long, and nothing ever changes. And that's what I'm trying to do is get change.
Okay.
I mean, and it's bigger than solar here to me. I mean, if we don't want solar, I want to know, like the whole pilot thing. Allie Hamilton and I talk a lot, and she does very good research on the pilots and stuff. And that's who, sorry to mention you, but you know, she gives me some really good information. And you know, it's bigger than just solar here. Like it's, okay, if we don't want solar, then what are we going to do? You know, so I'm relying on you guys, because I'm not going to be the one you guys are going to point fingers at in 10 years and say, well, you didn't do that. How dare you?
Well, to me, you'd be pointing the fingers at the citizens if you'd get the citizens' input that we've been asking for from the beginning.
Exactly. So finish the regulations with the facts. And then, you know, that's why I said last week, I don't know why we wouldn't have somebody sitting there answering questions for the citizens that come in that just read a post that you put up. Okay. But let's just say they read a post and it's very, you know, convincing. why not have somebody there that's a professional in this field that is, not on either side that can answer those questions for it, but nobody wanted that. I don't understand that.
I'm not going to disagree with that. It's no different than when we work on the regulations with planning and zoning, that Clearway gets to get up and say their 2 cents on every one of our regulations. To me, that's not right. You're letting the fox in the hen house. Hire a third-party consultant that knows this stuff. Because I will guarantee you one thing, and when we present things to planning and zoning at times, they want proof and evidence and everything else. But at the same time, Jason, you said that we needed to get with our people and figure out what people wanted. So not everything needs to be factual and findings on our part, but I don't think Clearway has any 2 cents into building our regulations. If you want, hire somebody else, but there's not a lot of studies done because this stuff hasn't been around forever. It's new.
I agree.
And I have talked to a lot of commissioners, I would say at least 7 or 8, and out of those like 8, there's only 2 that may actually would allow this into their community again because they got screwed over. And I don't want us to
And
get
what
screwed over.
states are those in?
Doesn't matter. In the United
Doesn't
States.
matter?
In the United States.
Okay.
So, well, the one of them is in Kansas that I've spoke to, but the largest known solar farm currently in the state of Kansas that's in operation is 144 acres, and they got $0 for the first 10 years. So I had to reach out to other states to try to figure stuff out because there's not enough information in our own. You guys always think it's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. And we've been trying to tell you that it's not great because we've done a lot of looking into it and because we don't want it. But the thing is, you guys just think we're just against solar and that's it. We've invested so much time into this that I guarantee you nobody in this room has any idea of what it's like. Because Richard Morrell probably does, because building the regulations, they did put a lot of time in. I shouldn't say that. But as far as just trying to figure out the whole schemes of it, we've invested a lot of time into it. So, one, when we're working on the regulations, I don't think the company that's wanting to build here should have any input on the actual regulations that we're building. That's crazy. Danny, that'd be like specs. You writing your own spec when you're remodeling something. That's crazy.
Well, that's kind of what I do restoration. There's really no wrong or right way to do it. So I do have to do it. Actually.
Yeah, but you know what
But let me ask you this. So, and I'm not talking about the hunting, fishing, wildlife thing. How's it fair that they can take up so many acres of all this prime farm ground, all these wooded areas, and all these out-of-staters come in and kill these animals, and then just leave? Don't spend no money here. We know they don't spend a whole lot of money here because there ain't nothing to spend it on, right?
I would disagree. I do think they do spend money here. And I'll be honest with you, we're actually looking into coming up with that dollar amount to submit to you guys.
Well, I mean, that's the little things that it's beyond, like I say, it's beyond solar to me. I want to know. I mean, when I took this seat, I didn't know a damn thing. There was no guidebook. There was no, this is how we do this in the county. This is what's included. There is none of that. It's all this type of stuff.
Right.
Is that the right way to do it? I don't know. It's hard though, I tell you that. But I mean, I don't understand how it's fair that we can have the national or wildlife people take up all these acres that you guys are like, well, that's right in the middle of us. I mean, they're directly in the middle of you.
Right.
How's that fair to the solar? They don't have no opportunity to come in here.
How? How do they not have opportunity? You guys are allowing them an opportunity every little
I'm
ounce.
being
you can.
very open-minded. That's my job.
I understand that.
I mean,
But how do they not have
I'm the betterment
opportunity?
of the county. I mean, I just don't. I'm trying to be open-minded, trying to see both sides of it. But it's like telling somebody, well, you can plant soybeans in this field. Don't go to corn. Don't plant corn because it gets too high. Like, I can't police that? I don't understand how. And you guys say, well, you guys are taking away farmland and all this land. We're not. The homeowner is. And that's their right to put whatever they want on their land.
Landowner, not homeowner.
Landowner, whatever.
It's a difference. All those things make a difference, though. And the thing is, that's what I'm saying is, the whole reason all of this has kind of started is because everybody said they weren't informed of it. There was some people that followed the wind, and it got shut down instantly. I guarantee you, we knew about the solar then, we wouldn't be standing here talking.
It didn't get shut down instantly, actually.
Well, I'm not going to say.
For you.
I know it was for a while, but there wasn't near what we've had to jump through of leaps and bounds here. But I just think you have an overwhelming amount of your citizens that don't want it.
Overwhelming.
Yes, Jason, I do. I think, I'll tell you
Based
this.
off of what?
Based off of people I've talked to, based off the people that showed up this meeting. This has been going, we've been going to these meetings for 6, 8 months. I don't know, something like that.
And forever, yeah.
Yeah. How many pro solar people have came in here and talked since then?
So, did we invite them in to talk?
Anybody in the county
I
is
didn't
invited to
invite
come
you.
talk at every single one of these meetings. It's the same as when we went and talked to planning and zoning, when you guys gave us that meeting.
I'm just
They were
saying that-
allowed. There were 2 residents of the county that spoke for pro. There was one that was neutral.
Do you feel like you pay a lot of taxes in Linn County?
Yeah.
Do you know what, we have the 5th lowest mill levy in the state of Kansas?
Yes.
We have nothing, but it seems.
Actually, I don't know if it's a 5th, but it's close to that.
We pay a lot of, it seems like we pay a lot of taxes, right? Because we have nothing to justify it, right? So, if we don't get solar, what are we gonna do? Because cost of living goes up every year. Am I gonna rely on you to keep paying? Because I get complained every single day about how much somebody's taxes went up.
Understood.
Every day.
What
So
what are you gonna do when you get solar and it doesn't help you financially? And then you're gonna have a whole lot of pissed off son of a bitches in here.
But I feel like that our regulations are defending that,
Well,
though.
I think we've kind of,
I don't think we're done here, Jason.
I think we are. So,
I'm still talking to your other 2 commissioners.
It's his meeting. He decides who's talking, who's not.
And I don't think this is your opinion either.
I'm offering.
Okay. Mark, I think we've discussed it enough for one day. We can discuss it up here. We're not going to discuss it with you. You're welcome to sit down, or you can leave.
Okay.
Maybe we've told the committee which way to go 2 weeks in a row.
Yep.
So where are you at?
Exactly where I was. If they need to be working through the zoning regs, I think that gives the opportunity for the anti-solar people to present their arguments against them being there. I don't think that they have to come to a consensus, so to speak, because it's not the ad hoc committee that's going to vote on these. It's going to be the planning and zoning that votes on these. So the planning and zoning is going to have to be the one that comes to the consensus of what's appropriate and things that way. Yeah, I think it's been a mess from the start. I think that's the way they want it to be, is a mess from the start. And just to muddy the waters to try to get their agenda. So that's what I think.
Jim?
I'm for postponing it just like it was last week. Haven't changed my mind. I don't think we're getting anywhere with it. We might as well wait to see, decide form where we move from there, where the planning and zoning board wants to move.
Okay.
I mean, as it says right now, we have regulations, we've done the due process. As of right now, there's solar allowed in the county, right?
There is a solar regulation in place. You have placed a 1-year moratorium on accepting new conditional use permits. The moratorium does say you can extend it or terminate it at your will.
So I guess where I'm at is if I want them to finish the regulations, go through it with facts. And, if they want something changed, I'd like to see the facts on it. Why, or a rhyme or a reason of why it's changed.
But like Rich is saying, most of the changes, so like we were presented, it was sent out to us, redlined, right?
Yep.
Very trivial changes is all they're looking at doing at this point.
Okay, so I don't understand what the problem is, just finishing it up.
Okay.
And then we go and do this public forum.
Okay.
Get the regulations out there, everybody, let them see what, the red line changes. I still think that we should get somebody there to be able to answer questions. That's somebody that's went to school on this stuff, educated on it. There's a guy, like I said, at KAC, I don't know, can't remember what his name was, but I'd like to reach out to him, have him sit there. I mean, it's a public forum, but I mean, we've already done our actual public forum, right?
Yeah.
We can kind of set this up however we want.
This is not a formal public hearing under the zoning process. This is just a public forum to hear what people have to say.
Okay, so you want to make a motion so that they have it in writing?
Richard, do you have something to say?
So you're gonna hurry them up through their process, is what you.
Not hurry.
You want it done?
Jim, I've been on it since 2019 too with him.
I'm just asking a question. Is that what you want?
What are you wanting? Just to get me out of the seat and get the next person in? See what happens?
May I speak?
Sure, Richard.
Let me propose this. The work group will continue to work weekly, 2 hours a pop, so we don't get too worn out. You guys been at this 3.5 hours now, and you're worn out, and that's not a good thing. So we've limited our mini meetings to 2 hours. Let us continue, but give us the opportunity to take the majority opinion in the room and okay, bless the statute or the code that we develop, and then bring that back to you. I'm just asking to go from what I've been doing is consensus to majority rules.
Okay.
So the majority of what, Richard? The 10 on it or the?
The majority of the members of the work group.
The whole work group?
Yeah.
So they'll present their findings to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then the Planning and Zoning Board will vote on that?
Correct.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
I have to tell you, I feel really good about where this group has gone so far. We've really hit a hard spot, but we're still working through it. Jason, the last meeting that we had, I sat in your chair, the meeting before that, sat in your chair, and before I could walk out of the meeting, after the meeting was over, and get to that door, 4 people stopped me. And they all 4 had the same message. Rich, I appreciate the way you're handling these meetings. You're letting everybody speak. You're letting everybody air their differences. And I really appreciate that. 2 for and 2 against. The last lady I had to ask, I said, I don't know you. I don't know you because you're in the gallery and you don't have permission to speak. And she said, well, I'm opposing it, but I really appreciate the job you've done to keep it a fair process. So I'm telling you, I think we've got a fair process. Just let us move it on out.
Okay, move it along. Right? Okay. All right. Next up, we got Josh Frammel from Clearway Energy.
Thanks a lot for putting us on the agenda. I know it's been running long, and wanted to thanks Rich and the committee for the work they're doing. Folks have the background here as far as regulations that have been passed, and then I think this is a unique opportunity that I haven't seen other places where that was sort of a this ad hoc committee, right? Go work back through them. We are there to provide the expertise. We're prepared to provide examples from other places where we've worked. This is, obviously not the first county where we've looked at strict zoning regulations. And in general, just want to say we support strict zoning regulations on solar projects in Linn County, and happy to provide as much information as we can, input to the committee, the planning, zoning, to the commissioners. If there are questions, we can certainly provide examples of CUPs that have come from other counties, conditions that was put on there, and we are a resource. We want to work with the county. Today, just wanted to present at a high level, because there's been some questions back and forth about, well, what sort of revenue streams or opportunities are coming from a utility scale solar project. So I put together a few slides on that. I believe the commissioners received a copy of that. Okay. Please do read through it, at your leisure, but I did just want to walk through some of that information. Clearway is proposing, we've been developing a potential utility scale solar project we're calling Swan Solar. It's directly south of Linn. For the purposes of this presentation, I've created an indicative layout. It's on one of the slides. Talks about a project size, permitted boundary, acreage, as well as some information about where it is in relation to other landmarks. So the most sort of important number to take away from that is this indicative layout is 322 megawatts. A lot of the numbers that I'll present call back to that number. A lot of the numbers that are in here are suggestions, recommendations, things we've seen in other counties. They are at the discretion of the commissioners. But I wanted to be able to spell some of this information out and use some assumptions. So first off, just kind of going down through the life cycle of the process.
Hey, one
Yep.
second.
Yeah.
I would like to try to get it on the TV screen if possible, this presentation. I think it's important that everybody sees it and can follow along. Are you okay with that?
That'd be great. Yep.
Can we try to do that?
Okay.
Who's going to share theirs?
I don't remember how to do it.
I'll do it.
Allie, do you remember how to do this?
If you got it turned on, I know how to share it.
I'm not.
Okay,
There's a button on the side. Oh, there it is.
there you go.
As soon as it gets on good, I'll share and then I'll have to get a code off there. You have to read it to me. Is it on yet? What is it?
EFP
EFP.
99.
And I get to say next.
Right, give me a new
Oh,
one.
1770. Select your device using the device selected on this. Select your device using the window on the device.
Is it up there?
Like that.
I'm getting there. Is it up there now?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'll try to keep up with your talk as you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. That's great. So if for a second you want to go back a slide, I put this in here. Sorry, next one, 3. Just to reiterate sort of who Clearway is, the company. This is our agenda. You can go to slide 3. Sorry. There we go.
That works?
So we're an independent power producer, but we are owner operators. And I just think that's important to note that, you know, we study, we do site-specific surveys for all of our projects, then we manage the construction, and then we own and operate. So we are solar operators. So we know day-to-day what projects are like. We know what goes into construction. We're not, you know, there are different business models out there where, you know, a company may develop a project at a certain point, flip it to somebody else. But our core business model is owning and operating. And so I think it's just something that distinguishes Clearway, and wanted to point that out. The slide 4 is the project overview, some of the numbers that I was talking about. Ideally, if this process were to, you know, open up for us to submit a conditional use permit application, this information should be laid out very specifically as far as, you know, I know there's been questions about the number of modules or racks or inverters and that sort of level of detail. I'm happy to provide that. But for the purposes of this presentation, this is an indicative project area, indicative layout, and indicative footprint and capacity numbers. So just want to point out that this may not be what is actually submitted if we're presented the opportunity to do that. But this is where, for the purposes of these numbers, we started at. On the next slide, so there's a couple different revenue streams that is, we read the regulations and understand, you know, Kansas, you know, their law as far as taxes goes. It starts with the application fee. So the county regulations state that a fee in the amount established by resolution shall accompany application for rezoning or a conditional use permit. So I don't know what that is. It's something that would need to be determined. In the past, in other counties, we've seen something in the range of $1 to $2 a megawatt. So just assuming that you guys were at the upper end of that range, maybe it's more, maybe it's less. It's tough for us. I don't know what your fees are going to be, but assuming it was $2, there's usually a schedule to that. And the intent for application fees in most counties is to cover the cost of the county to review the application, to post public notices, and I'm sure for other CUPs it's probably not $60,000. But because of the size of the project, because of what we see in other counties, that's sort of what we would sort of lay out as a starting point. So an application, a fee to be submitted at the application, a fee to be submitted once the CUP is approved, and then an amount at the start of construction, which is really when there would be the highest level activity in the county. So covering the costs, an amount at the issuance, and then amount at construction. This can be done different ways. This is just one income stream, just for the process. Now, pilot's been talked about a lot. The Kansas statute exempts renewable energy projects from property taxes on equipment for 10 years, for the first 10 years. And it's Clearway's intent and everywhere that we work, we want to be, show good citizenship, to show that we are a business coming to the county and we want to provide benefits. So that's where the pilot comes in. So it's not required, but it is something that we are going to commit to. It is something that has been committed to in neighboring counties. And based on some of the numbers we've seen, I lay that out later, using $1,300 a megawatt with an escalator, which was what Barber County did in the bottom of the slide there. They had an escalator. Bourbon County, who has a 400 megawatt project that has been moving forward, they did an initial payment. They did a 1,500 megawatt per year. So there's different ways to calculate that. But just for the purpose of the math, $1,300 escalating 2% starts at $418,000, and over the first 10 years, $4 million.
Is that based off of what it produces or just what
it's the nameplate capacity, it's the rating. So that 322 megawatt nameplate capacity. So if the project were smaller, if the red lines of the zoning regs so far, have been all, more restrictive. They've all been more restrictive. Everything's been more restrictive. So if things continue to shrink, the project would be smaller.
Right.
So if you don't go ahead and finish the project in the first 5 years, does each time you add to this project, does it add 10 years to that amount of it? Or is it 10 years start at the beginning on the tax base, I guess, or the non-tax? If you start and you build a fourth of it the first year, then you wait 5 years to build another fourth, does the 10 years go from 5 to 15?
Yeah, so the way that these pilots, and there's examples, and I've sent you one, I can send you more, that payment starts on operation of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that if there was, because they're negotiated between the county and the developer, and if there's language that you wanted to add that said, as soon as you start, you're paying your full amount, I don't think that would be a problem. Or if you add it on later, that gets wrapped in, that's totally something that can be negotiated.
Bourbon County's agreement has that it can be broken up into phases, Jim, and that it would.
I understand that, but I'm asking him. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking him how they do theirs.
Are you going to build it all at the beginning, or are you going to do it in phases?
We would do it all. I mean, it's pretty inefficient to come out and demobilize and remobilize, but there's potentially phases for projects. A lot of it comes down to the offtake contract. Okay, say we, just hypothetically, we're signing 200 megawatts and built that first, and then signed the 100 megawatts and built that a couple years later. If we permitted the whole thing, and the taxes would still be based on the equipment, not the permit. The fees would be based on the permit, if that makes sense. So,
And this pilot's only negotiated there at the very beginning of the CUP. I mean, in that 10 years, do we go back yearly and revisit it or no?
I think it depends on how the agreement's worded.
So,
but I would I would
You say
assume,
negotiating is, but there's no
Well-
negotiation.
There's some negotiation. I mean, it's not a required thing,
correct.
but if they've committed to doing it and to negotiating the terms, then there's
Is a
negotiation.
negotiation, that's what I'm asking, or are they just telling us what it's gonna be?
They could do it the second way, but I understand you're saying you're not going to do it that way.
No, absolutely. It's an open negotiation.
That's my understanding.
So can we put the pilot in the CUP as a regulation? Like, can we say you have to, give us this much every single year?
We have a separate written agreement that does that.
So if they don't fulfill that agreement, we can pull the CUP and then they're done.
Well, the consequences of breaking that agreement would be written into that agreement, and
Because I know enforceability has been a concern, and I would recommend that, to address that, during the negotiation of the pilot agreement, that, if the payments aren't made, right, then there's recourse. I mean,
Well, it sounds like there's recourse we talk about it. Bribery is what I keep hearing, but I don't understand. that.
What's the recourse?
well,
We decide.
Huh?
What we decide.
so I tried to pick something sort of in between, again, for a starting point between what Bourbon County and Barber County had. That's where that number came from. That is, again, something to be discussed, but I wanted to be able to lay out some numbers, and this sees something in the middle. Wasn't picking the high, wasn't picking the low.
Okay.
The next page is just excerpts from the contribution agreements, which are, I pulled Bourbon County's off their website, right? And just to illustrate, like, they're sort of, there's forms that we can use, you guys can build off of, or where those numbers come from. They came from these agreements. So just wanted to highlight that. And then I'll go on to property taxes post pilot, but any other questions on sort of how we understand that works in Kansas?
Okay.
Okay. So starting in year 11, the project will start to be taxed based on equipment costs. So the cost of the equipment is classified as real property. And we are, modeling what we estimate that would be. So these are sort of captured now. If we're talking 10 years later, I know exactly what the mill levy rates will be. I'm not exactly sure. Again, it's going to be tied to how big the project is. But just as a snapshot, we applied a 25% assessment ratio and a 10.23% levy rate, and came up with these numbers of approximately $800,000 starting in year 11 and onward. So it would be real property tax on the equipment.
Now, if you upgrade your equipment in year 11, does that change anything, or does it?
Yeah, I think that if there was equipment costs that were X and then they were Y, then they would need to be evaluated at Y.
So that it'd be another pilot later on that equipment, or would it, how would that work on the taxes on that equipment if you upgraded your equipment?
Well, I don't think there would be a pilot because the equipment's already installed. But are you saying, like, if there was a repower?
I think he's asking if new equipment installed 10 years later would fall under the 10-year exemption, or would it?
Would we start taxing it right then if it was new equipment on year 11? Would we go to taxing it like the 100% instead of you don't have it depreciated? So what happens then?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I think that maybe that's something to contemplate in the contribution agreement, because that was
How
run
long
with the project.
how long does a panel last? How many years?
We model it for 35. So these numbers are based on year 11 to year 35.
So if a hailstorm comes in year 9, I'm just using this, in year 9, you have to replace it all. So, and then at year 10, we can go to taxing it as new equipment. It's not equipment. Then who keeps track of all this, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question as far as the equipment that was, installed versus replaced. I mean, I would say that it would be a report that we could provide as far as equipment costs or valuation. Similar to, I think, one of the requirements for the feedlots, it sounds like they wanted a copy of reports. That's something we could certainly do.
So it says that the property tax is based on the cost of the installed equipment. So the price of, so do we go off after 10 years or year 11? Is it out of what it cost the day it was installed or what it's worth that day on day 11?
I think there's depreciation during that
It's
time.
down to 20% evaluation is what I understand. You depreciated 80%, so it's
But any
20%.
smart business guy would wait until year 11 and replace it all, right? I mean, would you not?
That's my question.
I think that it'd be more expensive to replace all our equipment than pay taxes. Right? That's like,
Well, you want you said you replace the equipment in year 10?
I'd say it wouldn't be cost effective to do that.
If you replace a piece of equipment or repair a piece of equipment, then let's say you replace a piece of equipment because it's damaged, then the value that you have, I mean, you have to start depreciating that again, that new piece of equipment. Just like if you bring in a new high loader or something, you start depreciating it again. It starts at full.
That's what I'm saying. Where do we keep track of this? If it's replaced, how do we know what happens?
And the appraisers are supposed to be able to stay on that, but of course they won't know unless.
They go through each individual panel and depreciate each one of them, is that what you're saying? I mean, is that what you're saying? Like,
I'm just saying if something happens in year 9 or 10 and they have their equipment depreciated to 20%, they come in and have to replace it, then or they have new equipment sitting there and we're getting 20% tax on 20% evaluation. The county.
Is it unrealistic to base the real property tax the day that it was installed? I mean, instead of depreciating, we don't have to.
Don't the power plant go off of the valuation from what the state actually evaluates it at?
The state does the assessment on utilities now, and I don't know if this falls under that or how that works, but our appraiser's office has nothing to do with the power plant or the railroads or the pipelines or any of that. It's state assessed.
I mean, the estimates in this are based on our best understanding of Kansas tax codes. And if there's nuances that come up, then as a member of this community, we would be here to answer those questions, provide input, and work with the county to make sure that's captured. One of the requirements in your existing zoning regulations is an operational plan, right? And so there's, information that, we obviously would be paying taxes on, more than just property, right? So there's, we have a tax department and pay taxes on lots of projects. And so there's certainly mechanisms for us to communicate or to be asked questions and provide responses. I mean,
So in 35 years, what are you guys projected to make off of a project like this?
well, that's pretty proprietary.
I mean, let's be real. You're asking me for a lot. I'm going to ask you for a lot. I'd like to know.
I don't think that you could force them to tell you that.
Well, that's what I don't understand is like you come to us asking, and they come to us asking us for stuff, make my life a living hell. It's in friendships, relationships with people that I've known my entire life. But I'm not allowed to ask them what I want or what, I'm not allowed to say, hey, if we give you this, I'd like to have this. I don't understand.
What's your total investment? Can we ask that?
Yeah, on the next slide, I've got that. And I mean, I just want to say we're asking for the opportunity to submit a conditional. Right? I'm not really asking, for things.
You come
right?
to ask about you're going to do a project.
Right. Well, I want a chance to
You guys
submit
spend
for
a lot
a
of
permit
money
application.
and time and effort just
Right.
like everybody else has. So let's just get real.
So based on the size of that project, we're estimating a $381 million investment in the county. That could be higher, it could be lower. Again, it depends on the project size, depends on what equipment costs, because this was, again, a snapshot in time. Equipment costs fluctuate, labor fluctuates, et cetera. But I could safely say $350 to $400 million of investment just in this county. besides taxes, besides impact fees, besides the pilot, we are, again, owner operators. We will, this is a new business. We would have, over 250 people that we would employ during construction. We would be setting up a permanent office with dedicated high-paying jobs for operation and maintenance of our project, including, not only folks who would be, in the field working, but, office staff, management. This is a business. And then, with those new jobs and with that sort of ripple effect from the project, we would be needing,
We don't have any houses. We have no hotels. We have hardly anywhere to eat. So I don't know. I mean,
well, there'd be some more demand for those things. So maybe that's an
you guys need
opportunity.
to build a hotel for us?
Well, if there's enough people, then maybe someone would want to do that because that would be a good opportunity.
Sorry, you can go ahead.
Yeah. But so there's taxes, then there's, there's jobs and employment. And then, Clearway, we want to be good neighbors, good news additions to the community. On the next slide, I want to talk about some of the examples from our existing projects where we partner with schools on learning opportunities. We set up community benefit funds, make direct donations to the county. This is separate. This is something that Clearway does as a company that is not, required for, paying taxes or valuation. It is something that we do as a company as good neighbors in our communities. And so a lot of these items here and pictures are from our existing wind and solar plants across the country. I've visited several of those. It's neat when, we end up at job fairs or state fairs, schools, tours, and just give back because this is a new business and this is a new neighbor, and we're not gonna close our doors and good luck finding somebody. There will be staff here and folks to speak with. So I wanted to just highlight that as far as something that Clearway brings. And then on my last slide, this is information that I provided to the county before, and this is a slide out of Evergy's integrated resource plan. So this was an update that they performed in June, and it's something they update, I think, annually. But just as far as what they're telling the Public Utility Commission, their additions and retirements and such for the next, they go through 2032. They are looking to procure new renewables. They are looking to procure, natural gas, and they are looking to retire coal. So maybe this gets pushed out, maybe this gets pushed in, but this is the publicly available information that Evergy has stated that their goals are. And so a part of, again, our business model is to provide utility scale electricity to a utility that is seeking it.
Do they have to have a certain amount of renewable energy to, by law, do they have to?
I don't believe Kansas has that particular statute. It's that.
So they're kind of like
called. It's a renewable energy standard. Thank you. So there are states that have renewable energy standards that they get passed. They say need to pass. So Kansas doesn't have that. This is something that Evergy is doing, based on their own costs, their own, climate constraints, and business decisions.
So do you guys work real close with Evergy or not?
We're at sort of an arm's length from them because we're not a utility. We are an independent power producer. So they also produce power, but they are, a regulated utility.
So you're not a direct competitor with them?
No, they would be our natural customer.
So how come are they pushing for you guys to come here? I haven't heard from any of them. I mean, are they like, it is what it is?
They're agnostic in some aspects. Like when they are out for an RFP, you guys are talking about RFPs for equipment. They want to go out and say, I want power. And it's usually an all source. So they'll say, propose whatever, if it's natural gas, if it's solar, if it's wind, and then companies like Clearway bid a project to them, and then they evaluate if that is a good fit for what their portfolio needs is. Is it, good on their system? Is it, the price? I mean, really, it's costs for most
So-
of that.
I mean, if you guys come here, are you guys gonna help with the longevity of the power plant, or are you guys gonna shut them down faster?
It's pretty much unrelated to them. I mean, we can't match the generation of a coal plant, right? But if they are going to be ramping some of that down, they could look to make up for that generation loss with multiple projects.
So I guess, are they crossing their fingers that you guys do come here? So it makes their life easier, I guess, is what I'm asking.
I think that they're going to procure additional renewables, but their system is obviously larger than Linn County. So happy to go back and answer, questions on those, but I did just want to, lay out to the commissioners and to the public, these different income streams. Again, numbers are not exact, but between those three sources, as well as becoming a new business neighbor in the county, or just additional items to be considered. And again, we fully support strict zoning regulations in the county, and happy to provide, information as you guys' process continues.
So it says $1,300 per megawatt, right? Is that what that is?
On slide
6?
yeah, $1,300 a megawatt.
Where did that number come from?
I picked it between $1,500 a megawatt
What do
in
you
Bourbon
guys
County.
make per megawatt?
What do we make per megawatt?
Yeah. What do you sell it for?
That is just between us and the utility. I mean, are you wondering, listen, if we want to be competitive, we have to keep our costs competitive, right? So if we're going to be able to win an RFP, I can't come out and say, you guys can get $1 million a megawatt, right? Because the price we would have to ask would be too high for the utility. So we're always trying to keep costs as low as we can.
Well, yeah.
And this number is something in between what has been established by neighboring counties.
I'm trying to get everybody in the county to hang me too.
Is building a solar farms government subsidized?
Building solar farms, no, but there are production tax credits that when you produce, you can monetize those tax credits through different,
You can sell them to whoever.
whoever has a tax appetite. I mean, we don't have enough.
What percentage is that based off of what your project cost?
So, Barry, do you know off the top of your head? I'm gonna Barry a chance.
I suspect the question is, I think underlying your question is, what are the federal subsidies on wind and solar in the United States, as well as storage and carbon sequestration, everything that just passed in the Inflation Reduction Act, right? So basically, what Josh just said, which is a tax credit,
Right.
It goes to the bank, right? And then the bank loans you money to take action to receive that tax credit, because the bank's trading desks, trading whatever they trade, generates taxable income. We don't have a big enough income tax exposure to be able to use those tax credits. So
But you got to figure in your mind of what you're going to get out of the project from these tax credits, you yourselves.
So, our lender does, right? So when we have a question, so Josh noted, what is this, $380 million was on that slide in terms of, so if hypothetically we go borrow $380 million to go build this project, let's just say that we go do that. Whatever 3 or 4 or 5 banks in the United States that are capable of handing out that kind of loan for renewable energy projects, all are very active in the tax credit market. And so their rate of interest that they charge us for our construction loan is going to vary based on how well they can monetize that tax credit. So we're immediately into sort of arcane tax policy, but your threshold question is there federal tax money going to support the energy sector in the United States? Yes, many different parts, not just renewables.
You guys can't figure that in your business to know what that pays back to you? I mean,
Well, it does not pay back directly to us, but if our cost of the loan goes from bank number one is, again, these are totally hypothetical, 5% interest, and another bank charges 5.1% interest, another one charges 4.9% interest, we'd obviously like to get a loan that was cheaper because then the cost of the project would be a little cheaper, which would give us a little more room to make a profit, because we have to make a profit on the project. And on the backside of this project, and it's really important to understand this, all these projects have long-term power purchase agreements. So the project's output is going to be sold to somebody who's going to buy that power for a long time. So we know what our expenses are and we know what our income is. So those two interact very, very closely together. And that's why we spend so much time in advance. And it's frankly why the conditional use permit process is so important. We need to know as closely as possible what our expenses are, just like any business. But in our world, it's really important to know as many of our expenses as possible, because then we know what we have to sell, what we have to try to bid into these competitive RFPs where we've got 20 other companies trying to cut our throat on price to bid into an Evergy RFP. I'm sure everybody's like, that's your cue to shut up. But that's how this works in our business. So we do those things sort of simultaneously and all many years before we actually start construction. It all has to be lined out.
Your projected income, you don't know what it is 10 years down the road, do you?
Yeah, we do, because that's the long-term contract. That's really important to understand. So if we sell the power to somebody for $1 for the next 20 years, we got $20 coming in. We got to make sure that our expenses don't exceed $20 over that 20-year period. It's just that simple. So our contracts are long-term power purchase agreements. We're not playing the market on an hour-over-hour basis. That's called merchant in the power industry. You're a merchant operator. You're just throwing it in. It's 4 PM. We think we can get $100, right? And in the middle of the night, a solar project obviously would never put power to the grid. That's merchant risk. We don't do that. We're just doing a long-term power purchase agreement. So we do, in fact, know our income over the course. So it's a fair question. You keep asking, what are you going to make? We don't know yet. That's the real answer. We don't know yet, but we want to engage with the county on that conversation.
The equation you guys have right now, what number is that based off of? I mean, what equation is that based off of?
Which one?
The $1,300.
It's based off two that exist now.
No, yeah. On this slide you're looking at, it's just two neighboring counties have already done this with other with other
I know, but
solar
where did that
companies.
number come from, though? I mean,
322 megawatts.
So you're trying to tell us, I guess, is what I'm saying, 10 years down the road, you know what your income is on this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very similar. I mean, it's
what, 30% profit?
Well, do
No.
you know now, or you'll know when you get your contract?
yeah. When we get our contract, we'll know exactly what that is.
I know, but.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I mean, so if I said, well, I think that $4,000 per megawatt's what I want. I mean, I don't understand if that's good or bad. I don't know if that's low or high.
Yeah.
I don't,
That's why we include the examples for the.
Yeah.
well, I mean, but I don't care what the other counties did.
That's fair. So if you said, so again, this
other
this
counties-
conversation about the actual parameters of these three revenue streams that Josh just articulated, we view as sort of like a continuing conversation with the county. We wanted to come in today and just start to put some numbers with what we have, some sense of the ballpark. We're not.
But so I guess what my fight on that is we've been dealing with this since 2019, like he said.
Yeah.
And if you get on the internet, all you see is how bad, the county's going to give them this land. I think people need to know what you guys are going to give us if we continue to talk. You know what I mean? And I guess everyone's like, well,
That's why they're presenting this. It's kind
okay,
of an
well, here it is.
opening.
Well, let's talk about it. I mean,
Well, that's where the negotiations comes in then.
okay. Well, we're all.
No, we can't negotiate pilot. I mean,
Well, we can, if they agree to negotiate with us.
Yeah, of course.
We can't force them to negotiate.
That's what I'm asking you questions on,
Yeah.
on where that number came from. What's your company worth? $5 billion?
I don't know. I mean, it's publicly traded. We can look what the market.
Well, I
cap
mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's,
Well, here's maybe an analogy. I think what you're saying is how high can I go? What's a
Right. Yeah.
reasonable number to
Yeah,
ask?
we understand the question.
And that's where the negotiation comes.
I mean, if that's what I
Right.
interpreted it, because I'm not driving.
Because examples from other counties have been discussed this whole process. So I thought that was a good number to bring in, right? What did this county pass for a zoning regulation? What did this county pass for a setback? That's been brought up a lot. So to me, this county did, this county did. We looked at those numbers. They work for those projects. They work for our projects. If you guys were looking for something that was too high, then it would sort of be similar to, forcing a business out, right? No one can afford that. Because sure, you could say, all right, like, we're going to set this so high that no one's going to come in and do that business. So we would want to negotiate you to find a point where we could still project out to be able to have a competitive power price while the county gets a revenue that seems to be in line with.
So I think that's important that we have all that information before we go to the forum, right? I mean, do you guys not agree?
I don't think that information exists yet.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why are we waiting around for this? Like, it's been going on since 2019 and we still don't know exactly what we'd get if we did
Because
this.
we have a moratorium in place.
until they know all of our regulations in their final format, how are they gonna know what their costs are gonna be with us?
I guess we're just stuck in muddy water right now. No one's gonna, and we'll take some.
Well, I still say we're way ahead of the game because we really don't know what Linn County wants yet. That's what I say.
I think we need to present them with what they could have if they did this.
We don't know.
That, and, you know, that's why we've, you know, been participating. I've been participating since the first draft of these solar regs were committed, is let's talk project specifics. And we've had some open houses during the beginning of this process to.
How many people came to your open house in Linn County?
I think we had 3 of them. I'd say we probably got 20 at each one, 20 to 30.
Including everybody in the room. But I just know, which was good. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. No, it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Look,
And just, sorry,
Yeah,
just to
please, no, go
wrap
ahead.
up that point. And, you know, when, you know, the, you know, concept of let's go back into zoning regulations and the moratorium was put in place, like, it's always been our goal to, like, let's submit an application and have that, there's a whole process for that, right?
Right.
Specifics, negotiation on pilots, negotiation on, that would be all in that process. And we haven't even gotten a chance to do that. So we, you know, here's where we're generally thinking of this project to be, here's the numbers we're talking, and would like to get into that level.
But we said that when we put the moratorium in place, we told them they could present us with an application, could they not? But it said on the end of the desk. Is that what we said?
We're not approving any application.
So, yeah, I mean, and so I
But
just think it's so important that the county knows what we could get if we gave you this or that. I mean, that's just important. I think that's huge.
Here's an important thing to note. Like as Chairman Morrell noted in last Wednesday's meeting, we got to setbacks, right? Which is, I think, the most sensitive topic. I mean, it's the most sensitive topic in the regulations. And there were 2 changes proposed by the opponents, which as my perception of the committee was that they accepted those changes. One, the existing solar ordinance has a 500 feet from the dwelling setback. They changed that to property line. And then number 2, 1,000 feet from a non-participating residence. Okay, the dwelling. So in the case of our project, if you went back to the project map, you'll note on the western boundary, we're probably going to have to lose some solar panels. So we would love to come in with firm numbers today, but because the regulatory process around siting is still ongoing, we probably will not be able to build some of that project that we had spec'd out. That's just how it's going to be for us, and that's okay. But we're not trying to avoid the conversation about how much money would this project generate. But if we just lost, 50 megawatts worth of production on this project, we have to rejigger our bid to the RFP that Evergy is going to put out, blah, 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 blah. It all flows. And then we can come back to the county and say, well, this is how much money we actually have to be able to have the conversation about this pilot and that long-term tax payment. So that we're not trying to be evasive in any way. We're just in the middle of this regulatory process that hasn't yet wrapped up.
I guess where I'm at is we already have regulations in place. So why can we not just go ahead and
because we've told them that those regulations might change.
Okay, but just the price can change too, I guess, right? I mean, we're in limbo now. I mean, so if you didn't know nothing about solar and we went to a public forum and they said, just talked about solar and how many acres we were gonna give them setbacks and all that, and didn't say one word about, well, I guess we could maybe get $1,300 per megawatt. No one even knows what that means. I mean, don't you think we could change a lot of minds?
Just with the regulations, if they change the regulation and cut it back to just a certain size solar farm, what's your minimum on a solar farm that you guys would spend money for to build a solar farm? If we decided to cut it back, I mean, I'm not in on the planning and zoning regulations, but where is your bottom, your minimum acres that you guys would still be talking to us?
I don't think I have that number. I mean, because.
Could you get it for me?
Minimum size project. I mean, for us, for a utility scale solar project to have a competitive power price for a utility, scale is important. Economies of scale.
I understand that, but my question is, what is your minimum?
322 megawatts.
That's your minimum. So if it goes up,
like it's there's so many different variables that go into that. Like, what's the smallest project that would make sense? Depends on the utility. Depends on the contract. We need to be able.
Well, you don't have your contract right yet. Right. So
we want to be able to submit our application, right? Get some of those things firmed up and be able to do that.
I feel like,
So we still could. We could submit an application, to your point, I think is what you're saying.
I think that we
could,
should,
but
there
like,
should be,
not the regs are gonna change.
but I mean, the regs, we have the final say in the regs anyway. I mean, I don't understand why we don't have, something in place right now per regs that was already passed. It's already just kind of sitting there. I mean,
We do.
starting point.
You do.
no, we have examples of what it could be. We've never negotiated, we've never talked about it. I mean, it's never,
All of this whole presentation is outside of this conditional use permit process. And that's the part that we're hung up on. We could come in and have a conversation about payments on a project, which then the regulations might shrink, and then we wouldn't be able to meet that obligation.
well, right. I mean,
So that's, yeah, so we would not want,
maybe they don't shrink the project based on the numbers you give us though.
well, I suppose, I mean, we're just, I mean, you guys asked us to come every week to P and Z to talk about it. We're here because we really care about the project, and we're happy to keep working with the county and with the opponents to try to find that middle ground that will work. And then once we have that firm set of parameters, we can come back. We will put in a conditional use permit if you guys will allow it, and then we will come back and be able to have a much more detailed conversation on frankly, the money side of it.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to, there's been questions, we wanted to lay out these mechanisms, understanding that they might change, that your zoning regs might change.
Yeah.
Your existing and even the changes proposed are very detailed, right? Like, there's a lot of work that goes into a conditional use permit application for solar as your regs permit. And time is money, right? So if hey, let's submit it today, and then there's a change, well, then I have to have someone go and rewrite that section or add that section. I mean, one of the changes that proposed is like what they call it, the construction inspector, right? I mean, there's a new cost. We've never seen it before.
I lose money every day you have to deal with solar. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
So, like,
but
okay,
it's-
so there's this other thing that would previously not be in our construction plan. Because the construction plan is required, so now this needs to be added. So, I mean,
There was
we're
an
tracking these things, and we're preparing, like, how would this look in an application? How would this be demonstrated? How are we going to, during this whole original process, the conversation was, well, the onus is on the developer. The onus is on the applicant for these regulations. And we'd love to, again, get to that point, right? We're talking details, but at a high level, we wanted to do today, because there's been questions about how these, what's in it for the county? How does this mechanism work? How does it work? We want to present that information and say that there's still information we need to put the finer point on.
Is it fair to say that you're not prepared to submit an application until the review process and the moratorium are over, and that that's the point where hard numbers would be discussed?
I think we would be really shifting gears depending on a lot of factors, but at a minimum, it's, do we have a complete set of zoning regulations? Do we have rules?
We do have that right now, though. We have that.
But they,
It's been
in
passed.
the process of being changed.
They're just being reviewed. Nothing's been changed yet.
But we don't know what you guys are going to do.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how, it's like
As far as money.
well, you go take it.
monetary,
I'll take it in a
we
second.
don't
I don't
know.
understand.
Then
Can
we
I-
have that conversation in parallel? Maybe we started it today.
Yeah, I mean, and
That's
I
what I'm
could,
gonna do.
I want to note one important change that was discussed at P and Z that again has both, I think, an important benefit to the county citizens and would have a big cost to us. And that is, there was discussion 3 meetings ago about soil testing, right, to ascertain chemical content. And as you guys know, this used to be a strip mine for us, and I got up and I said my piece on that. But I think I heard the committee say pre-construction soil testing, during construction soil testing, and then regular at a term to be determined, I don't know if it's annual, every 5 years, whatever, soil testing after the project is in production and is operating. That's a big deal, right? It's a lot of land. And we don't know what that looks like. That's sort of an unknown cost to this project. And I think Rich just came up and said he wanted to start voting on the changes that have been provided in the red line, right? I think there's a red line that's tracking what's been going on at P&Z. That's right now, until we know firm things like that. I don't know if that's $1 million cost over the course of the life of the project. Is that a $10 million cost, or is that a $10,000 cost? We don't know. Because
It's the same thing, but we don't know. I mean, just like what your minimum amount of acres are. And, you know, our planning and zoning might decide
Yes,
that,
sir.
you know, instead of 8,000 acres, they might decide we'll do 100.
They already went to 4,000, right? And we're going to use
Or
just
do a
for,
100-acre farm. So what, we
Nothing's
don't know what
changed.
you guys want. So I guess my question is to you guys, tell me what your minimum is.
well, one, I just note on that 8,000, there was an early debate on the 8,000. I think the committee said they wanted to go to 4,000. And if you remember, because of the 50% prime farmland component, 3,400 acres being used on this project gobbles up a lot of 4,000. Just want to
well,
note that.
What I would like to do is, we have some regulations that we have in place. We're just kind of on pause, right? Can everybody agree on that? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, is that what everybody understands?
I mean, they're reviewing them.
Okay.
We're
there's
not
nothing-
accepting applications.
Nothing's changed, right? We are accepting applications, we're not approving them. So, but nothing's changed. So we have a set of
Somebody can
regulations,
submit
right?
an application.
So can we negotiate off those set regulations right now?
What do you want to negotiate?
Everything. I want to know what you guys can do for us.
You can't negotiate on anything until you figure out what would our,
What we're gonna do.
what our regulations are.
Right?
Oh, there's got to be a starting point though. Where are we starting?
We could have started with our regulations that we already put in place.
That's what I'm saying. Let's start on it and let's start talking numbers. Let's start figuring things out.
Richard, I'm gonna ask this question, I guess, and I watched the tail end of your meeting, and you know, my consensus was that the people in that wanted to wait till after the forum. I mean, that's the way I felt, you know, as far as
They want you to wait on it.
to wait and not have any more meetings until after the forum. I thought that's what you guys, that you was gonna bring to us.
That's correct.
That everybody wanted that, you know, that was the general consensus. Okay.
That's what I said before.
Yes. I didn't get it quite like that, but it could have been me too, so. But,
Commissioner McCullough.
I'm just confused on how I'm supposed to determine if I want 8,000 or 4,000, but you guys can't tell me what you want money wise. I just don't, I'm supposed to make a decision, but you're not. Why are you hussing over here? What's going on? What do you think? What do you think?
I think we're talking in circles is what I think.
But we're not even talking though. Like, let's get a starting point.
We had one with our zoning regs. And then you voted for a moratorium.
I mean, this.
When somebody in the public comes up to me and says, Danny, what are they going to do for you? I'm like, well, shit, I don't know.
Well, this,
I don't really know because we're not done.
but this information that we presented, you can use to ballpark that, right? This is just basic math that we have. If it's this big, it's going to be in the ballpark of this amount. If it's this big, it's going to be a ballpark of this amount. I mean, the information is there. Is it going to be down to the dollar? No, neither are these. These are just estimates. And that's sort of how I would present it to someone's asking questions, right? If we ask for, you know, what this county is doing on 1,500 megawatts and it's 322, that's going to be a higher number, right? But these are the ballpark, right? You're getting close to $800,000 for a $381 million investment in property taxes.
What could you potentially do for our schools then? All 6 or 7 of them, how many we have?
It's a really interesting question, right? Because under Kansas law, you know, the Kansas State Legislature did this to the counties, where you're not allowed to actually tax renewable. We're exempt for 10 years, which is a weird situation. If I could editorialize, but that's some Kansas state law that we don't have any control over. And so the earlier discussion about pilots that exist in the county is one that's really, my ears perk up on that because it's come up at the Planning and Zoning Committee meetings. It's come up in conversations with the many participants that have come in. And, you know, from a Clearway perspective, we're going to have a binding agreement with the county. How you allocate those funds, be they to the schools, be they to roads. We just had an hour-long conversation about road maintenance. We don't care. It's a donation. It's a donation to the county to do as you wish.
But it says you got educational partnerships, you got community benefits. I like
Oh, sure.
volunteer work like that, them
Yeah.
type of things. Like, you know,
Oh, yeah.
Because our fire department
Yeah.
puts them at a higher risk of going out there, from what I've read, you know, trying to fight a fire or whatever. Like, are you guys going to give money to our fire department for that? Or, you know, what? I just don't.
What,
Remember the things
tell you what we can pledge to do. We'll come back with, I don't have those fact sheets with me today, come back with exactly what we've done in many of those other projects. So it's not just the few words that are on that slide. We can come back with the specifics of each of those, but to speak in the broadest strokes. As it relates to schools, we very frequently partner with school science programs, and we can do it K through 8th. We also have one that goes for high school students. Generally, it's with either the physics or chemistry teacher, because that's generally where energy people gravitate. And then you talk to them about, frequently it's sort of the science of the projects, whether it's wind or solar, whatever. And then often, depending on the county, we work very closely with the Economic Development Office to expose kids to training programs. And, you know, this is a broader conversation, but thinking more holistically about the state of Kansas. As you have more renewable energy projects, you're going to need more renewable energy techs. And thinking about which local education centers, whether they are community colleges, whether they are programs at four-year colleges, whether they're technical programs that are only 15 weeks, each of those, and we've done that in many different places. I just recently did Western Kentucky. We have a really prominent one in West Virginia. We do that on a kind of customary basis based on what that county needs, what they want, and then we figure out how to help financially, generally speaking. And then we often give time with our techs to go into those programs and assist, right? So that's, again, if you're building something that's going to be in place for 35 years, you become a member of that community. And that's what we've done in those other places. So I'll get you information on all that kind of stuff on the education side. On the other side, whether it's financial donations or, again, in-kind work that we do where we donate employee time, happy to work with you on whatever's needed. We want to come in and just be a big business in the county. That's what we do in every other place. This would be no different.
Okay.
I will say it's been a really interesting conversation, but Commissioner, if you want us to come in with an application under the existing ordinance, there's nothing that has changed that prevents the county from adjudicating a conditional use permit. I want everybody to know it's probably like a year, right? Once we submit it, it'll be a while to get a conditional use permit through the process that exists today. Or we can wait for a revised one, but we would prefer the revised one because then we would feel better that it's not going to be changed again. But we recognize it could be changed again.
I just like to be able to tell people what, if we do this, this is what we do.
Yeah, we understand. And we would like the same.
When you say, we can't control the taxes, but we can control our relationship with agreements, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I am. I mean, I'm a give type of guy. I give you, you give me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way I look at it. I feel like that we're just in limbo right now. We're redoing the regs and we don't even know if we do this, then this is going to happen. We don't know any of that.
Well, based off of what Richard just told me as far as what planning and zoning wants, my motion is to postpone it until the ad hoc meeting. Postpone having the ad hoc group meet until after our meeting at Lacey.
You don't think it's important to let people know what it can provide to us?
I don't think so. Because we're just going to sit here and kick it back and forth, and we're not really going to know until planning and zoning decides. And from what I hear from him, planning and zoning wants to wait. And that's my motion.
Is there a second? My feeling is I've been clear on this from the start. And I'm going to continue to be clear on this, that there were concerns that were raised through our initial public forum. And I want to make sure that those are addressed through our regs. So I want them going over the regs.
We have regs in place, and I would like to see something that's more hard numbers and what you guys can provide to us. I mean, at the end of the day,
Then we've got to finish the process. You take off the moratorium, you go with our regs that we have.
we have regs right now.
I know, yeah.
So as of right now, we allow solar in our county, right? We're just reviewing it, so we're paused, right?
Right, we've got a 1-year moratorium.
Okay, so we have regs.
Yes.
Okay, so why can we not build?
Because we're trying to change them.
But I just don't understand how we can change it. We don't even know what we're gonna get if we do or don't change it.
That's why we could have taken our legal advice at the beginning and not put a moratorium on.
We'd still be in the same place though.
We would.
I feel like we would. I mean, what, it's not.
We
what's
could
the
have, we could have been
moratorium
going through a conditional use permit now, looking at actual concrete figures and determine if it was gonna work for our community,
Why can't we? We said that the day, you can put
because
it,
we put a moratorium in
but
place.
you can put that, they can submit an application. We're just not gonna,
But they're telling us they're not going to because our regs can change.
I guess where it stands.
Danny, think about your business. A customer says, come make a bid on
You
it.
know, Gary, you shouldn't even be talking about this because this is right here. It's
All
between
right.
us two. You know, you're not an elected official. You're there for legal advice for us, right?
I stand chastised.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to hear what you have to say. Go ahead. Gary, let me know what you have to say. What were you gonna say?
I do. Mr. Chairman, can I speak?
Yes.
I was just gonna say that if in your business, if somebody says, look, come give us a bid on this, we want a bid on this project. However, the requirements of the project may change later. I mean, you're gonna say, I gotta know how they're gonna change before I
Yeah,
give
but I
you a bid.
initially bid the job off the initial description I had, which would be, in this case, the regs, and then everything else would be a change order. So I mean,
Well,
that's where I
and,
get
and they could operate that way, I think.
I would,
They're saying it's more expensive too.
they're worth $5 billion.
I'm not arguing with you at all. I'm just trying
I'm
to
not
help.
worth that. And they
Okay.
get a lot of my time taken from me.
All right.
I would like to see, I mean, let me ask you this. Is there a contract that you guys have in place that you guys are like, holy hell, I cannot believe this passed. This is crazy. I mean, for what you guys could provide to the counties. I mean, you're like, man, this was really, I guess there ain't nothing even close to this project though, right?
In terms of being advantageous or disadvantageous? We've had both.
Are you talking about zoning regs? Or
Yeah,
talking
are
about pilots?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you guys can do for us if you get this.
I'm not following.
It's like everybody's scared to even talk about it. Like, can you help our fire
We
department?
just laid it all out. That's why I'm confused. We laid it all out. It's
Okay,
like-
yeah, you did lay it out, but there's also there's
There's a continuum of pilot projects. So you look at the Hawaiians, right? We're the largest renewable energy power provider in Hawaii. They're very, very, very interested in very strict pilot. We have that information ready to come in and visit with the county on that, right? But we know how big the project's going to be because this industry is very much, if you have a 100 megawatt project, you're going to have this amount of projected energy production. If it's 120 megawatts, it's going to be more. If it's 80, it's going to go down. I mean, it's a very fixed ratio. And as we continue to work on the siting regulations, until we know what those are, we can't come to you with a firm number. So today, the project is projected to be 322 megawatts. If the site,
let's base it off.
yes, sir.
I mean,
We'll come back with, you know what? We were just whispering to each other. We're happy to come back. We can come back next week, the week after. We'll sit down with everybody and talk about it based on this exact project. And we'd be happy to do that. That's not a problem. It will not look a whole lot different than what Josh said because the numbers that were provided in this presentation are around the project that we have cited, but we just want to be respectful of the process that's going on, which may in fact shave down the size of that project, of this project. So I just want to be clear
You
that
guys started this project, right? You didn't have any idea how big it was gonna be because you didn't
did.
know what our regulations was, right?
no, the project was spec'd out based on the existing solar ordinance. The materially new thing that's going on in this county is the ordinance passed back in whatever it was, June, and then the activities here in November, December, which was the ordinance is going to be basically stayed. You can file an application under the existing ordinance,
Right.
but we're not going to approve a
You
CUP.
went to leasing grounds, you didn't know exactly what it was gonna be, right?
Right.
Correct.
That's what I'm getting.
I mean, every-
You didn't have an
every-
idea it was gonna be
every pro-
100 acres or.
Every project changes.
Yeah.
So you didn't really know when you started your part of the process of what it was gonna be.
The process is long, right? The development process is several years, and this is a part of it, right? Getting a permit if it's required, doing our field surveys, right? Doing our environmental study, doing our consultation, all of which is discussed in your zoning regs. So, I mean, there's a world where we could say, okay, here's our application based on the information that stands now, but If
But
that
nothing.
changes, what does that look like?
Then you guys come back and we renegotiate, I guess. I mean, that's where I'm at. Like, so if you come to me, or I come to you, I want to put something on your land, okay? You're a private landowner. I come to you and I say, I want to use your land for this. You're just not gonna approve me unless you know exactly what you're gonna get, right?
I mean, I would say I want, certain guarantees on certain, if it's per acre, I know what I'm getting paid. And if I'm that person leasing that property, this is exactly the conversations we have. Like, I'm not putting it in a pond, I'm not putting it on top of a hill, right? So you know the limitations going into it, but it's not a guarantee that it's gonna be X size or is even going to get done. And because permitting this project is different than building it, right? And so we could get through all this process and we still have a lot of work that we have to do to realize construction. So that's something to keep in mind as well, is we want to keep things balanced for the project, for the county, and follow your very strict zoning regs, of which, maybe some tweaks are made, and then be able to propose something specific. We could do that now, but it doesn't seem super productive if things are going to change.
But you don't think if you guys gave more of a concrete plan, that it would change anybody's mind at this forum?
It wouldn't be concrete, right?
I mean, it would be better than what it is.
Could we come back to you in a week?
I mean,
Based
it
on
says
this feedback
we
and-
could do educational, partnerships. We could do community benefits. Like, I guess do we determine what we want you guys to do and we ask for that?
That part is clear. That is.
I mean,
When I say,
That is our going above and beyond, just like the pilot.
well, I feel like we're going over and beyond. I mean, Jason, you keep saying.
I know,
Like,
I'm just,
I'm trying to make sure that here's the deal, like,
I'm sorry.
why would we allow somebody to come in here if we're not getting a hell of a deal? I mean, look at all these people that don't want it. Is your life not hell every day? Yeah. Yeah. Have you pissed a lot of people off? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't you think?
I also get pats on the back too.
Yeah.
Don't want to pat on your back.
Don't you think that
So,
this is
fine.
an opportunity to push to get what we
Some of them are your friends.
guys, come on. Like, don't you think this is an opportunity for us to try our hardest to get what we want? Yeah, no. Yeah.
Yes.
So let's
But
start.
I'm saying that all we had to do is keep our zoning regs in place and they would be coming with a cup as soon as they could. And then we could discuss those concrete facts and things that way, but we had to go and put a moratorium in place
But we have regs right now.
that we're reviewing.
There's
Vote
no,
for the moratorium, Jason?
No, I did not.
Okay.
but there's no guarantee
Right.
that anything's going to change.
I'll just ask.
There's not a guarantee that anything's going to change. That's up to us.
I know.
So why are we not building this project off of what's at hand right now?
Because we've got it open for change.
The fucking world changes every day. We don't stop living.
Okay.
Would it be okay if we
There's a
came back
motion
next
on
week?
the table. I don't know if it's-
Okay, it's, you guys second it?
I don't even know what it was.
I don't remember either.
I made a motion by the recommendation from what I heard from Richard, that the board wants to wait until
Yeah, I'm not seconding that motion.
we have that meeting.
Okay, the motion dies for a lack of a second.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Could we take there's a lot of feedback. You mind if we take
Come
it
back
back?
next week.
Come back, whether it's next week or the following week. Can we just regroup?
Yep.
I don't think there's another P and Z meeting scheduled for this Wednesday, correct? Okay, so can we just go
Can you
regroup?
tell us what the minimum,
I'd like to come, based,
tell us what that be, if both of you, what would it be? What would you be interested in Linn County on the minimum?
that and like 7 other things that you guys have given us. We're going to go watch the tape and we're going to come back with an itemized list of things that you guys just articulated, and we'll try to be better ready to be able to talk about it with specificity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have a 10-minute executive session for non-elected personnel still sitting out there.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we take a 5-minute recess.
I'll second it. Motion been moved and seconded to take a 5-minute recess. We'll return at 1:08. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
No? No. My earlier, I did it for 20 years, that's what she said. He said around you a little bit. I'm used to it. Yeah, she's well, it'll be a while. All right. Let's wait 2 minutes. You want me in this personnel meeting, Jason?
Probably need to be, don't you?
Well, it just depends. I mean, personnel, I may or may not. It depends on you guys. I think he's gonna recommend hiring 2 people. But I could say, I don't know. Don't want to speak out of turn.
Right. That's what we cost King Hat Road. I think that explains a lot.
I think it does too.
So I guess these are service fees.
We're back in. Okay, recess is over. We're back in session. All right, I move that we recess the Board of Commission meeting to executive session for 10 minutes to discuss individual employees' performance pursuant with non-elected personnel matter exemption KSA 75-4319B, Section 1, to protect the privacy of the employee. We'll have Sean in that session.
That's your motion?
Yep.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
You might be doing us all a favor.
We're ready whenever you guys are.
Okay. We had action from executive session.
Commissioners, I'm asking you to allow us to hire William Anderson as an operator 2, 8H 183611. He'll be stationed at the South Shop, and a Anthony Nation as an operator 1, 7K 175090. And he'll be stationed in the Pleasanton Shop as an operator.
I'll make the motion that we hire William Anderson as an operator 2, 8H, and Anthony Nation as an operator 1, 7K.
I'll second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Next thing I had was to move Casey Jensen to the assistant foreman in the South Shop at 10I, was 212591.
I'll make a motion, we allow, or we move Casey Jensen to assistant foreman in the South Shop.
Okay, it's been moved to move Casey Jensen to the assistant foreman in the South Shop. I'll second that motion. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That's all I had for you.
Okay.
I got a question. It's for Amanda. I didn't get a chance to ask her, but she said it's $25 per employee to do the screening. Is that what she said?
I think so. I'd have to go back and listen to make sure.
35 if it's a blood sugar test on top of that.
And would it be ideal to, do that for our employees for free, or is there a reason she's doing that? I guess I should have asked her, but I forgot. Did she state why?
I think they can bill our insurance. Isn't that?
I'm not sure how they're set up on everything, but I know it's cheaper for them to do it than it is for us to go to the clinic and have the same tests done. But that's probably more a conversation for her than me.
Yeah, I meant to ask her and forgot. So.
Jason, I think a few weeks ago, you got an email from Pleasanton City Administrator. I haven't heard anything from you about that. Did you read that?
Okay. It just says that, I know this is a very busy time in your office, as it is here, but the city would like to meet with you and possibly a commissioner regarding moving the compactor to a different location. Joey Morrissey and I met with 2 county employees a few months ago regarding this and the possibility of discussing taxes on the airport. But after watching the commissioners' meetings last week, I'm guessing the information was not passed on. If you would please mention to the commissioners that the city would like to have a meeting and try to work better together, I would appreciate it. There is no hurry for the meeting, but I would like them to know I reached out. And that is, she sent that to David, who passed that on to me.
When did you get that?
January 9th.
It's been quite a while, and I hadn't heard anything from you about that, you know, and that's, how long have we been talking about the taxes at the airport?
Okay, so what I've done so far is I stopped in to see Becky Haywell and tell her that I was open to meeting with them to go
Why didn't
over
you
what
reach
they
out
knew.
to us and tell us this, is what I'm saying, why didn't, you know, you never came to us, you went to her?
Yes.
Well, there it goes again, there's this kind of stuff's happening here, it don't get passed to me,
Maybe because you blow things out of proportion.
really. That's blowing something out of proportion,
No,
maybe you're trying to hide too much, you reckon?
Not trying to hide anything.
It appears to me, or that's been three Mondays ago, you could have passed that on to me, you didn't pass anything.
Okay.
So, you trying to protect somebody or what?
No?
Sure about that?
Yes.
There might be a few people that don't believe that. So.
Okay. So you can continue to make whatever accusations you feel are necessary.
It's, how can I make anything if I don't have the information? You know, we've talked about the taxes for a year and 1 year. And then that letter comes out, you know, and
How did you get the letter?
I got from David.
Okay.
I found out about it.
Okay.
Not from you.
Well, I haven't set up the meeting.
No. But there's
All I did
information there that we, 2 county employees talked to them about it. And the reason why that letter got brought up was I asked out here in the meeting if anybody knew about that.
Okay.
Then that letter pops up. I'd like an answer.
An answer on what?
What are we hiding?
I'm not hiding anything.
It sure seems like it.
Okay, so I reached out to her only to say, hey, I'm interested in meeting with you.
You
Right.
couldn't bring it up. We've talked about taxes for a year now, and
We have.
you haven't mentioned it. Not
But
once.
I haven't
That's
had it
3
for a
weeks.
year.
3 weeks. This is the 3rd week.
Okay. Well, I don't have the meeting scheduled either.
Don't matter. We talked about it, and you're hiding information.
Okay. All right. So all correspondence now needs to go to all 3 commissioners? That's fine.
Should
You
be. I
can
think that's all
just
3
be
of us.
quiet.
Done.
It's fine.
I think we're all 3 the same.
It's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, you must have. You didn't pass it on to us. That's my question. Why didn't you pass that on? Who was the employees that talked to them?
Didn't get that information from her either.
You don't know. Okay. You know nothing about it.
Nope.
You're getting better at answering the questions.
Oh, yeah?
You're getting better.
Thank you, Jim. A gentleman and a scholar.
You're getting better at answering.
Okay. What else we got, guys? Okay, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned.